And a good Wednesday, everybody. Welcome inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, what is happening? We had a 3-pack last night. Didn't go so well. We will dive into that and so much more. Masters starts tomorrow. A preview with my guy Cam Rogers, host of the Tiger Woods podcast, on the effect of the Masters without Tiger Woods. That's coming up in just a little bit. He'll give you a couple of guys you can bet for this weekend's tournament. Starts tomorrow, of course. We'll have updates throughout the day here on 97.3 ESPN, or the days, I should say. It starts tomorrow. So a couple of things before we kind of dive into the meat and potatoes of today's show. Joining us later today, as I mentioned, Cam Rogers, Jason Fitz, Paul Hudrick, Andrew DeCicco, Kevin Durso. Jeff Kerr covers the NFL for CBS Sports. He's going to join me at 5:20 tonight, so stick around for that as well. We'll talk a lot of football today on the program. There's a lot going on. It's time to pull the plug on the Flyers season. I guess we could say that to kind of get your Wednesday going. Flyers lost last night. They're done. They kept it, as I said yesterday, the season was on life support, and the ambitious son said, pull the plug, Dad. It's time for Mom to go, and the Flyers were done. They were out last night. The ambitious son just decided that was enough because they played uninspired late in that game when they had, it was a kind of a back-and-forth game. I mean, they didn't play terrible, but late in the game, not good enough. Boston beat you. You done. I would imagine not even winning Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday would make me feel, because you've got Pittsburgh, Washington, Islanders. You're not making the playoffs. So the Flyers are done. So what's next? The deadline's Monday. Who has to go? Who can go? Durso joins me today. All right. Joel Embiid. I don't know. All right, I put a poll question up last night just to kind of get the I just wanted to try to get what the feeling from the people was out there in terms of what you were most interested in. You asked the question. There's 3 games on all at the same time. So last night you had the Flyers on at 7, the Phillies on at 7, and the Sixers started at 7:30. Now the Phillies and the Sixers game was both national and local. So that's a whole other question. What were you watching? The local broadcast, or were you watching the national broadcast? So last night you had the Phillies playing the Mets. That was on ESPN, and it was on the CW last night. For those of you who are like, wait, what? It was a national broadcast and a local broadcast? Yeah, the Phillies game was on the CW last night, locally, with McCarthy. And it was on ESPN last night with Carl Ravitch, Timmy Kirkchin, and Eduardo Perez. The Sixers game was on TNT and Comcast Sportsnet with the local crew and the national crew. I did not see the TNT broadcast. I don't know who was calling that game last night. The Flyers game was on NBC Sports Philadelphia Plus. And then they had the NFL draft special. Mike Tannenbaum did his GM draft. That was pretty cool last night. So the breakdown in the voting, and you could go vote. There's 5 hours left. Tell us. So last night you had all those games, all playing at the same time. You have one TV and no remote. What's on your television? Phillies, Sixers, Flyers, or draft special? Go ahead and vote on that now at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. We just retweeted to the top of my page. So give me a vote on that, because I'm trying to get a little indication. So I can see this right now. The Phillies and the Sixers were neck and neck last night as we enter the show today. 41, somebody just voted and changed it. Damn. 41% went with the Phillies. 38% went with the Sixers. 19% went with the NFL draft special. And only 1.6% of you said you watched the Flyers last night. Shocking. So that means almost 60. Now, somebody just changed their vote, and the whole thing went out of whack. All right. So now the Phillies are 40, 38, 19, which means 69% of you did not watch the Sixers game last night. Almost 70% of you did not watch the Sixers game last night, which means you missed the best performance of the night. You missed the best performance of the night. Joel Embiid last night was on another planet. He was on another world. He was in another zone. That was one of the best Joel Embiids you would ever have seen. If you said, I'm going to put you in front of a television, you have no remote, you get one game, of all the options last night, watching Joel Embiid was by far the best you could have had. Now, I was flipping back and forth, Phillies when they were up to bat, Sixers when the Mets were up to bat. That's kind of how I handled it. So I watched a little of Chase Anderson early in the game, and then I kind of flipped off, was going back and forth. Joel Embiid last night was one of the best Joel Embiids that I have seen play. And I'm not joking. It was one of the – now, Boston is severely undermanned. They have no size, and the team stinks. Boston's terrible, essentially. Remember when Boston was the team that, oh, man, look what they did. The Sixers are so behind Boston. Danny Ainge has not put together a very good team. I told you for years, let this thing play out. You remember when the whole Embiid, when the whole Fultz and Tatum thing, oh, this is going to torture the Sixers for years. I said, let it play out. Danny Ainge is not this great GM, and Brad Stevens, he's an NBA coach. He's not a great NBA coach. He's not a bad NBA coach. He's an NBA coach. Right? That's what he is. Brad Stevens, to me, is a college coach, essentially. Every time you see him in the NBA and his team's not playing well, he looks like the guy that's like, get me out of here. And he looks like he has a team right now that he just doesn't want anything to do with. I feel like Brad Stevens is really good when times are good, and when adversity kind of hits, that's not his bag. He doesn't want to work out of the adversity. He's a college coach. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean he's a bad coach. Brad Stevens is probably a pretty smart basketball guy. But you know what he doesn't want to do? He doesn't want to deal with guys who don't want to deal with him. The Sixers kicked the crap out of the Celtics last night. For those of you who are watching the Phillies, and more on them and just coming up, the Sixers kicked the crap out of the Celtics last night. You know, the Celtics team that everybody thought was making every right move, that was hitting every right button, and that the Sixers were so far behind, and that the Celtics didn't have to do what the Sixers do. Guess what? The Celtics should have done what the Sixers did, because they're not good enough. You got players on that team that are not good enough to be the best player on the team that wins the championship, and I've been telling you that for a while. Yeah, it's right. They swept the Sixers last year. That's fine and dandy. Really cute. You won a first-round playoff matchup. The Celtics, as I've been telling you, are not good enough to be – they do not have a player who's the best player on a team that win the championship. So they got Jason Tatum. He's a really good player, but he's not good enough to be the best player on the team that wins a championship. Just not good enough. So you got Jaylen Brown with the number 3 overall pick a couple of years ago. He's not good enough. That we know. They've got Jason Tatum. They got him at number 3. Not good enough to be the best player on the team that wins a championship. And the problem is now, it's the problem that I've described to you guys for a bunch of years, and you keep wanting to fight me on it, but in the end, here the Celtics are, barely hanging on to a playoff seed. I don't even know. I got to check the standings. They might be out of the playoffs after last night. That team right there stinks. For all these years, and everybody kept telling me how great Boston was, that team that they put on the court last night stinks. Yeah, I'll take Tatum on my team. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I like Jaylen Brown, nice player. Marcus Smart, I'll take him on my team too. But collectively, coach isn't good enough. Well, that's not what I would say. That's probably the thing you would say. Brad Stevens is doing a terrible job with that team. They're 25 and 26. They're 2 games up as the 8th seed right now. They have no size. It's criminal. Criminal. The roster that team put together. With all the assets that team has. You've got Robert Williams playing center, overmatched, completely overmatched. I mean, Robert Williams, and he's sitting on the bench as that team's getting whipped last night, and he's over there having a grand old time just laughing it up. There's a reason why Robert Williams fell to the Celtics at 27, and I remember that draft. Wow, Robert Williams fell to 27? Yeah, you know why? Because he's a clown. The Celtics drafted the clown, and now Robert Williams at 6'8" is who is tabbed. They had Semi Ojeleye last night trying to defend Joel Embiid. That's how bad it got. Ojeleye, who's 6'6", is standing in the post with his hands up in front of his chest like he was at the Margate Summer League getting taught how to defend. It was sad. That Celtics team, not good. Even Kemba Walker, he's a guy that I like a lot. He's out there smiling and laughing it up as they're getting whipped on that court last night. It shows me Brad Stevens, man, anybody else, seriously, were you watching that game and watching? It's hard to tell because they got the masks on. And Brad Stevens follows the rules. He actually keeps his mask on. I think he does it because he doesn't want anybody to see his facial expressions, the expression that says, "Get me out of here." And guess what? He might get his wish. He might. Seriously. Don't, well, Brad Stevens is this great coach. They can't get rid of him. You know what's funny? When you're on the outside looking in, you feel like everybody else is better than what you have. Could you imagine if your coach was the coach that kept losing in the Eastern Conference Finals every single time they got there? At what point would you say he's not good enough? That's essentially what the Celtics have become. They had all these runs that they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. They haven't won any of them. And now this is what they're left with. A disappointing pattern of games. If you watch that team from time to time, you'll see they lose the same way all the time. They have no size. Coach just, Some nights he feels like coaching, and other nights he feels like, get me out of here. They turn the ball over at just an alarming rate. They have no answer for any big man with any skill, and Joel Embiid's the best in the business. They have no answer. Jason Tatum, the game started at 7:30 last night, Tatum. It would have been nice if you showed up at the start of the game. And the Sixers absolutely dominated that game last night. So I started with that game, right? I started at that game last night. Over on the text board, Mike, you have no place taking shots at the Celtics. Au contraire, mon frère, because I've told you for the last couple of years, it's a nice team, not good enough. Yeah, they've gotten out of the second round, but as I've said over and over again, the coach is the coach, and that team is what it is. It doesn't have a star player. So this isn't me taking shots at the Celtics. In hindsight, I've been doing it for 4 years, telling you that this team's not good enough. Yeah, they were better than the Sixers when the Sixers weren't ready. The Celtics had a much more veteran team then. They had Al Horford, you had Kyrie. They had a much more veteran team than the Sixers did. Now, when these two teams both have this young core of guys, they've got Tatum, they've got Brown, they've got Smart. That's their core. Not good enough. The Sixers fans were just they wanted it to happen like a microwave. They wanted that team to just pop out of the microwave and be ready. And I kept telling you, Calm down. This Celtics team is better than you now, but they will not be better than you in a couple of years. When Embiid and Simmons and that core is hitting their prime, that Boston team will not be able to compete. We got so fired up about Jason Tatum. Why? Well, because he directly was part of a trade that, yes, they won. No question about it. They won that trade, and Tatum's a terrific player. But I told you then, and I'm telling you again, he's not the best player on a team that wins a championship. And you're watching that Celtics team, and that coach is saying, I don't have good enough players. He would like to get out of there. So, yeah, you know what, buddy? I do have place taking shots at Celtics because I've been doing it for years. And I didn't say Brad Stevens isn't a good coach. What I've said is the coach in the NBA doesn't have as much impact as all of these basketball fans out there think they do. And again, I said many times, people said that Danny Ainge is running. I said Danny Ainge is a good GM. He's nothing special. And Danny Ainge is giving that team, giving him a roster that stinks. They went out and got Gordon Hayward. Why? Because he played for Stevens at Butler, and it was not a good fit. So, Brad Stevens, you're telling me if Danny Ainge said, hey, you want Gordon Hayward on the roster, that Brad Stevens said no? Don't think so. I didn't like the Kyrie signing. And, yeah, see, it's funny. We got the guy texts in making excuses for the roster for the coach. It's funny how that's working all of a sudden. So the roster not good enough, so the coach isn't good enough. Oh, I see how this works. When you don't have good players, the coach isn't all that good. When you have good players, the coach is pretty good. Brad Stevens has taken 3 different teams to the Eastern Conference Finals. They had pretty good players. Al Horford was a pretty good player in his prime there for Boston. I said this before. Vogel, Indiana, good players, good coach. Vogel, Orlando, bad players, bad coach. Vogel, Los Angeles, great players, great coach. Guess what? Vogel, he's in LA right now with bad players. And you know what he is? A bad coach. Because he's got bad players. I don't think you can have any better example of how coaching impacts the NBA than Frank Vogel. And Brad Stevens, for that matter. This is not a good team. They're not a good team. And Brad Stevens, everybody thinks he's this great coach. He's an NBA coach. That's what he is. He's not a good coach. He's not a bad coach. He's an NBA coach. The NBA, if you don't have great players, you can't be great. And they don't have great players. Yeah, they got Tatum. He's a great player. They don't have enough of them. The Sixers, as I've been saying for years, when Joel Embiid is ready, the Celtics will not have an answer. And they had no answer last night. To answer your question, Mike, last night, one TV Flyers game because their season was hanging by a thread. Greg and LBI, God bless you. That game got very little time for me because I've given up on the Flyers. Same question for tonight would be Sixers to see JoJo is doing post-injury. Well, the Sixers don't play tonight. And we have a lifetime to keep up with the Phillies as the season just started. Well, the Flyers thing with the season hanging on with the thread, the problem was I knew the answer to that question already. I had the answer key to that one. They weren't winning. So I checked in. They were down 2-1. Checked in later. They were down 3-2. And that's all I needed. So I kind of had the answer key on that one. I cheated a little bit. Nobody plays tonight. Everybody's off. No, the Phillies play tonight. Phillies play an afternoon, John. All right, 609-403-0973. What else we got? A lot of text messages. We'll get to them. A lot of people commenting. Jake Ramsey watching on YouTube. Ben defends Tatum so well. Yeah, that's the problem. Tatum's their best player, but the Sixers have an answer for him. I mean, I thought Ben Simmons was terrific defensively last night. Terrific. He was absolutely took Tatum out of that game last night. Jersey P's watching on YouTube says, I felt bad they had to bring Taco Fall in last night. They did. They had 4 big men in the game last night because they couldn't do anything. They couldn't stop Embiid. Embiid got to the line how many times? 20 last night? And then after the game, he says, what do you want to improve in your game? He says, my foul shooting. Guy's 16 to 20 at the line. Yeah, the Celtics are going to have their hands full with this matchup over the next couple of years. Sorry to tell you. I hate to tell you I told you so. But, you know, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Like a few years ago when the Sixers, Lakers, and Celtics were 1, 2, 3 in the draft, you said the Sixers' future was the brightest. Yeah, and I'm correct. You know, the future continues on. It doesn't stop. There's no wall. You know, it's like a universe. It just keeps going. The Lakers' future, when LeBron ends, that's it. They sign LeBron James. Okay, when he's done playing, their future looks like what it looks like right now. They stink. Right now, the Lakers stink. Without LeBron and Anthony Davis, this is what you get. You're going to go right back to being who you were. The Lakers were terrible. They signed LeBron James, and that changed things over for a couple of years. That's not going to last forever. Of those 3 teams, the Sixers have the best situation, bar none. I mean, you're a smart man. I take that back. Now that I see the phone number, I know you're not that smart. All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I got a Sports Bash Cash code word coming up at 2:55. It's another chance for you to win $1,000. Hey, I want to tell you about my guys over at Trifecta Therapeutics. You see the injury to Tatis, and I just thought about, if he was in the area, he's got to give a call to the guys over at Trifecta in Glassboro. They take a unique approach to physical therapy and rehab with each of their clients, using treatment plans to get you feeling better, playing better, and, of course, staying better. If you need any rehab, therapy, post-op treatment, pain relief, or more, a weekend warrior, finely tuned athlete who competes at the highest professional, collegiate, or just intramural rec level. They help the pros and the Joes. To find out more about the incredible team at Trifecta Therapeutics, go online to trifectatherapeutics.com. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Download the free mobile app. It's powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. You can listen to the Sports Bash and watch it live. You have Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. You can watch the show, be a part of the live chat during the show. You can text the text board, 609-403-0973. Greg and LBI says, no, I was saying if all three played tonight, the Flyers would not be on his TV. Okay, because now you know the Flyers are out, so now you would move them to the bottom of the channels. Yeah, I went Phillies last night, Sixers, because they started later. And then once the Sixers came on, I went Sixers when the Mets were up to bat, and I went the Phillies when the Phillies were up to bat. On the TVs, I was flipping. It's funny, my buddy called me last night. Now, I got to ask this question because I didn't know the answer. He called me to ask me a question, and I didn't have the answer to it. Maybe, Josh, you can help me out here. And I can't even verify that this is accurate. But he said, why are they only using the DH in certain games? Apparently, the Braves and Nationals yesterday, this according to him, I have to look at this. I'm looking at it right now. He's saying that they used a DH yesterday in the National League. I said, there's no more DH in the National League. They got rid of that, thank God.
There's not supposed to be a DH in the National League. Now, in the American League, when Shohei Ohtani pitches, there is no DH until he's taken out of the game. Then they do a position swap to put the DH into the game.
Right, because you don't have to. I saw somebody ask this question on a Facebook chat or something, like, why do they not have a DH? And you don't have to use the DH if you
Correct.
don't want to. Now, I'm looking at the box score, and my friend is wrong. There was no DH in the game.
I was going to say, I saw a little bit of that game last night. There was no DH in the lineup.
Did they play a doubleheader? That's what I said. I said,
today is a doubleheader.
Are they using a DH, but they didn't play a doubleheader yesterday?
No, yesterday was just one game.
Yeah. So he calls me to ask me that question. Why is there a DH in the game? There is no DH in the game. So he's wrong. And I didn't have the answer. And I said, I don't know the answer to this question. And I said, I got 3 games going on over here. And his son's in the background. He says, how many TVs do you have over there? And I'm like, well, I'm not actually watching them all on TV. I've got one on TV. I've got one on my laptop. And I've got one on my phone.
Right.
That's how I kind of had them last night. So I had, at 7 o'clock, I had Phillies on the television, Flyers on the phone. 7:30, Sixers went on the laptop. And then at the at-bats, I switched them. Sixers went to the big TV when the Mets were up. And when the Phillies came up, I switched them back. And the Flyers stayed on my phone. But then I turned it off because I wanted to save my data and my battery because they weren't worth my time.
So last night, to answer your question, what I did was my gym had the Phillies ESPN feed on, the big TVs all around the gym. So
I don't think a lot of people understood that the Phillies game was on locally.
So what I did was I put the Sixers game on my phone. But when the Sixers went to halftime, I flipped my phone over to the Flyers game for a little while.
Okay. Yeah, at halftime, I went full sick Phillies. Flyers, I basically turned on when both were at commercial break at the same time. That's when the Flyers got the look.
Nice.
And they at no point had a lead when I watched that game.
It was very convenient because when the Flyers were in the second intermission is when the third quarter started for the Sixers game. I was like, well, that worked out good for me.
All right, so I want to get into my Phillies stuff here. Somebody texted in, and believe me, I'm getting to this. I have tried, all right? Greeny is doing this new segment on his show that he wants rants from the local shows. So if anybody wants to tweet at Greeny to let him know that this is the rant he should use for tomorrow's show. Because I have tried. I have tried and tried and tried to give Vince Velasquez a chance. I said, I am done with him in the starting rotation, but I will 100% say if you are willing to give him a shot to be a bullpen pitcher, I will be on board with that. After one game, that chance is now over. I am done with Vince Velasquez. And here is why. This bullpen has been pitching so well, and everybody is pitching well. And what do? They call on the one guy that I said I will give a chance to if you pitch out of the bullpen. Have a come in and focus. He comes in, he strikes out 3 guys, he looks fantastic. And I tweet at Bob Wankel, I say, see, I told you I'm willing to give this guy a chance in the bullpen. And what does he proceed to do in the next inning? He made history. Huh? Wait, what? He made history? Yeah, he made history. He became the first pitcher ever. Unbelievable. He became the first pitcher in Major League Baseball history to pitch more than an inning and give up no hits, strike out 4, and still manage to give up 4 runs. How would that even be possible? Because Vince Velasquez, who sucks at life, walked 4 batters. The Phillies bullpen collectively through 4 games didn't have 4 walks. And Velasquez walked 4 guys in an inning and a third. The time is now, Phillies. That is it. We've seen enough because that guy is the cancer that could ruin the rest of the bullpen. Everybody's pitching well, and then you got to bring that guy in and ruin it all for everybody. You know, the game's in the 5th inning. I give Girardi, I got to give him some credit, some flack for this. Chase Anderson pitches 5 innings, and the day before, you went to Kinsler in the 4th. But no, you had to try to sneak Velasquez out there. You had to get cute and try to sneak Velasquez out there. You know when Velasquez pitches? When you're getting your ass kicked. That's when Velasquez pitches. That's when you get your chance, little Johnny. You want to get an at-bat? You wait till we're down 10 runs. You want to get on the mound, Velasquez? You wait till we're down 10 runs. Because any game that's in peril or close, that guy comes in, and it's like basically putting fuel on a fire. It's time, Phillies. It's time. You've been nice enough with this guy. You've given him chance after chance after chance to start games. And then you put him in a game when the team's got good vibes and everything's going well and people are talking about, wow, the Phillies bullpen is different. No, not when you put Velasquez in. It's a flashback to 2020 and the disaster that was. He threw 40 pitches last night. 40! And 19 of them went over the plate. I talked about a disgrace that the Mets took Jacob deGrom out after 77 pitches. You have a major league pitcher who couldn't throw 50% strikes last night. 40 pitches, 19 strikes. Are you kidding me? Vince Velasquez, 1.1 innings, no hits, 4 strikeouts, and somehow gave up 4 runs. He's the only pitcher in Major League Baseball history that has done that. And now, with that, it's time for him to go. All right, I got that off my chest. Phillies lost last night, thanks in part to Vince Velasquez. Because guess what? I contend if he doesn't come in that game in that moment and they go to Kinsler and, well, Hale came in late and the game was kind of over. They gave up that home run. Phillies kept fighting. They kept getting hits. They kept getting on base. I contend if Velasquez didn't come in that game and make it feel like last year, they win that game last night. But Velasquez, he's a germ. He's a creature. He's a cancer. Get him out. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. Matt Blatt Kia, they want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. There's my Greenie rant for the day. That should be a new segment. I'm going to do my Greenie rant so somebody out there tweets at Greenie to use my rant on his show. He started the new segment today. Did you hear that? He wants to have people tweet at him, local shows that have the rant. It just happened to fall on the day when Velasquez. Anytime Velasquez pitching, that's going to happen. You're going to get gold. All right, coming back. The Masters starts tomorrow. You remember the Masters was just in November. So what's the major difference of playing the Masters in November versus the Masters in April? And who is Cam Rogers' pick to win the green jacket? We have those answers next with the host of the Tiger Woods podcast, Cam Rogers.
It's Sixers basketball.
Welcome back. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. The Masters tournament gets underway tomorrow. And, of course, We've got updates all throughout today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, online at mattblattnissan.com. All right, the Masters tournament, they played in November last year. So what's the difference of playing the Masters in November versus the Masters now in April? And who is Cam Rogers' pick to win this year's green jacket? Cam Rogers is the host of the Tiger Woods Pod on the Believe Podcast Network, and he joins me now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, if you're watching live on the video stream, you can see Cam. And, Cam, we got the Masters back in April. It feels right, doesn't it? It feels good.
It feels fantastic, Mike. I will say that November Masters was like the Masters light. It was football season. You didn't have the azaleas. The course was different. This is the real Masters here in April.
Yes, it really is. So give us, our listeners, a little insight on what, if you watch the Masters in November and you're going to watch it now, the way it will play, how will that be different?
How about a 180? I'll give you that one. Dustin Johnson had his way with Augusta National back in November. It was wet, soggy. The greens were receptive. We're talking about 20 under par, record-breaking. Throw all of that out the window for this week. I'm hearing hard, firm, crusty sort of greens and fairways at Augusta National this week. You're going to get a lot of roll off the tee. Could be harder to hit the greens, which means your short game has to be pretty darn good to save yourself. It's going to be a totally different golf course this week. It's going to be baked out, so expect the winning score to be around 12, 13 under par, which is the average. No 20 unders this week.
Now, obviously, you are the host of the Tiger Woods Pod on the Believe Podcast Networks. How is this Masters going to be different without Tiger Woods? I mean, obviously, he's kind of come out and said how disappointed he is. We know about the accident and everything, but I don't know, not having him here does make it feel a little different.
It's not the same, and he's not even on the property, so it's even worse, if you will. So I think golf is in good hands because we have gone through this before, stretches of no Tiger Woods, even with the Masters on the schedule. So we can adjust, and I think we have some great characters out there on the PGA Tour, Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka, Jordan Spieth, that can continue to push out the content for fans out there and get people involved. It's certainly not going to be the same without Tiger Woods, especially, thinking back to 2019 and how electric that week really was when, of course, he put on the green jacket for a fifth time. It's going to take some time for us to adjust a little bit this week. But with that said, I think it should still be a fun week, a fantastic leaderboard, and I'm excited for it.
So, Cam, what is the state of Tiger? I mean, really, when you talk about golf, he's the first name that always comes up. What is his, I don't want to say the immediate future, but do we anticipate that we will see a Tiger Woods at Augusta maybe next year?
Boy, that's a tough one. I really don't think we will. I think he has a steep uphill climb to go through. Honestly, he's probably focused on doing the mundane things in life, like bending over and picking something up off the floor or playing with his kids, the little things. He's not even thinking about driver or even a putter or a wedge at this point in time. I know he wants to get back. Reports are saying that this is not how he wants to go out. We're talking about one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest. Do you really want his career to end like that? He certainly doesn't. He's going to try to come back. There's no doubt about it. As far as a timetable, I don't know if the Masters in 2022 is late enough for him. He might need more time, but he's in good spirits. Justin Thomas has been visiting him. He's a good buddy of Tiger's. They're watching March Madness, or they were, and he seems like he's on the up and up. Look, this guy has gone through adversity before, multiple back surgeries, obviously the DUI and the mugshot and the scandal. So he's been through it all. This is certainly going to be his toughest test yet, but I think he'll come back from it.
All right, we got a lot of good storylines here. Dustin Johnson, who won in 5 months ago in November, he has the opportunity to be the fourth guy to go back-to-back here, but a short turnaround. Give us some quick thoughts on, his week here.
Yeah, so Dustin Johnson, either the favorite or the co-favorite this week, rightfully so. Only 3 people have defended their jackets, as you mentioned. 2 of them, you know them by their first name, Jack and Tiger, the third being Nick Faldo. So DJ's fighting some history here. And I will say his recent form really isn't all that great. Now, with that said, if anybody can flip a switch and win a major championship, it is Dustin Johnson. But I like a lot of other players at the top of the board in terms of the odds rather than Dustin Johnson this week. I'm not saying he's going to play poorly, miss the cut, maybe finish T23, something like that, which is obviously not what you would expect from Dustin Johnson, certainly not by his standards, but I don't see him being in contention this week. The recent form really isn't there.
All right. You look at a guy like Rory McIlroy, who's trying to complete this Grand Slam still, and it feels like, I don't know, it feel like it's slipping away for him to get that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what's going on with McIlroy right now. I call him the curious case of Rory because he has slipped from number 4 to 12 in the official World Golf rankings. He was top 10 back in November, but he feels like a different golfer right now. His irons aren't all that great. Really, the only good part of his game is his driver. Again, he could find the magic. We shall see. There's something about rolling down Magnolia Lane for some players. They just find it regardless of form. But nobody's talking about him this time, Mike. Typically we are. We're talking about the Grand Slams, etc. But he's kind of flying under the radar. I feel like he kind of likes that.
Yeah, and I know another player who, if you're a bettor out there, Brooks Koepka's got some interesting odds, 4-time, major champion. But that injury status is kind of lingering over him, I feel like, this week.
Yeah, if you're betting on Brooks Koepka, it really doesn't matter if he finishes second or misses the cut, right? If you're picking him for outright. So he's worth a sprinkle in betting, certainly not in daily fantasy. I really don't know why he's here this week. I think he honestly just wants to stick it to the media because reports were out there that he was going to miss 6 months due to this knee injury. And knowing Brooks, he kind of has an ego and he really does listen to the media. Like, he'll punch back sometimes. So I wonder if he is fully ready to play Augusta National this week. We're talking about somebody who has hardware in his knee and has to walk Augusta National, which is one of the most difficult golf courses on the PGA Tour to navigate, to walk through. I'm not talking about playing. I'm talking about walking. And apparently he can't even bend over right to read a putt. So I'm out on Brooks Koepka this week.
Bryson DeChambeau, he's been destroying courses. I mean, he's fun to watch, but is this the right course for him?
I like him a lot this week, actually. He did not play well in November, but I think he gave Augusta National some bulletin board material. You may recall he was like, oh, this is a par 68 for me. I'm going to overpower the golf course. Turns out he wasn't so hot. I think he was like T38 or something like that. So not good for Bryson. But this week, firmer, faster conditions. He loves that. Played well at the Players' Championship. Won at the Arnold Palmer not too long ago. He's one of the elite guys tee to green right now, which is really good in terms of momentum. So I like Bryson's chances this week. I could see him inside the top 10 by the time Sunday evening wraps up.
Remember, a light field, 88 golfers, and Jordan Spieth, that could help him out, but he's been playing, I feel like he's the only name you're hearing almost leading up to this all of a sudden.
Yeah, if Tiger was in the field, you'd hear about Tiger and Spieth, but really now it's all Jordan Spieth, and rightfully so. He has fantastic course history here at Augusta National, coming off a victory at the Valero Texas Open, and we were seeing some signs of his game going in the right direction for the last month and a half. Has posted 6 top 15 finishes in his past 7 starts, of course, with that win there on Sunday. So he has the perfect combination of fantastic course history at this tournament and fantastic recent form. Rightfully so. He is the most betted on person in the market right now. He's getting a lot of buzz. So we'll see what happens this week. I think the firm and fast conditions will really favor him because not as many players are going to hit the greens, and Spieth is a magician with his wedges. Yeah,
Spieth right now, 13% of bets. 9% of bets are going with Spieth at plus 1,200. Justin Thomas, 8%. Bryson DeChambeau, 6%. Dustin Johnson, 6%. Brooks Koepka, 5%. Morikawa, 5%. Jon Rahm, 4%. Any of those guys add value to you?
Well, I'll tell you the guy I'm picking this week, Jon Rahm. I think he perfectly sets up to win a Masters, perhaps multiple Masters. First of all, he's got the baby vibes going right now. Just recently had a newborn child. There was some buzz out there that he wasn't going to stick around this week if his wife were to go in labor. That's not a worry anymore. He's here. He has arrived. His tee to green game is fantastic. He was top 10 at the Masters back in November. We know he can tattoo the golf ball. He has a fantastic driver. And it's interesting. The biggest correlator to success at Augusta National is actually driving distance. And that makes sense because you have to take advantage of these par fives. And when you're John Rahm, you're going to have really short second shots into these par fives. I'm talking about 2, 8, 13, and 15. So I like the Spaniard to get it done this week.
I know in the fall, they had, you had the 10-shot lead if you're anyone within. They got rid of that in the fall. Is that out for this April?
It's back. It's back. So, you have the top 50 in ties and within 10 shots of the lead. I think it was a pandemic sort of add out, if you will, subtraction.
I know they had light issues.
Yes, exactly. So you had to tackle with that. But back to the normal, typical setup for Augusta National. Yeah.
All right, one guy that a couple of years ago seemed to be involved on everything and now is almost just faded out is Ricky Fowler. And I'd like to kind of get your insight on what happened with this guy. He seemed like he was right there. He was in top 10s almost all summer long, like 3 years ago, and it just seems like he's faded out.
Yeah, we're talking about a guy who was top 10 at every major in 2014. He has not missed a major since 2010. This will be the week where that streak ends. He will not be in the field at the Masters, did not qualify. He played last week. It's crazy. He played last week at the Valero, and he looked awful. Like, that wasn't a good field, Mike, last week. He should have been top 20 just based on pure talent alone, and it didn't happen. Here's the deal. Everything is broken. His irons are absolutely horrible. His short game isn't working right now. His putter is probably the best part of his game, but when everything else is going in the wrong direction, I don't know what you can do. So I think he needs to go back to the drawing board and figure something out with his swing. He has gone through a swing change before, but it was for the better. We'll see if he makes any more changes going forward, but we need him in the game playing well, certainly.
When I saw he didn't make the field, I said, something's got to be up with this guy. What's going on with him? The fact that he didn't make it. This guy was he seemed like a fun, rising star just a couple of years ago. All right, your pick was John Rahm. That's who you're going with.
I'm going with John Rahm to win it all. I'll throw you a dark horse as well. Matthew Fitzpatrick doesn't have the flashy drive or the flashy irons, but he scores. He grinds. He was T9 at the Players, T10 at Bay Hill. He's lights out with his putter. I like the Englishman as well to perhaps make a run.
All right, Cam Rogers, there you go. Your Masters preview. It starts tomorrow. And, of course, we'll have updates all throughout the week right here on 97.3 ESPN. Good to see you, Cam.
Thanks, Mike. Take care, my friend.
He is the host of the Tiger Woods pod on the Believe Podcast Networks. Does a great job on that. Check his podcast out if you're a big Tiger Woods fan. It's really good. He does a great job on that. Has a lot of great insight and analysis from Tiger. And, of course, he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, when we come back, it's starting to feel more and more like the draft starts at pick number 4. So what happens there? We'll take a look next with Jason Fitz from Spain and Fitz right here next on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, watch the show live through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 973 ESPN. Here comes the Sports Bash Cash code word next.
More chances you have to win. Up to $10,000. Here's the Sports Bash Cash code word.
Helmet. Helmet. Milk. Enter it now on our website, 973ESPN.com, or use the free mobile app. Sports Bash Cash is brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union for all your lending needs. Get the next Sports Bash Cash code word at 355.
It's Sports Bash Cash 10 times a day. Every weekday at 55 after each hour from 9:55 a.m. to 6:55 p.m. Listen all day for your chance to win Sports Bash Cash. Up to $10,000.
Hi, welcome back. Sports Best Live, 97.3 ESPN, live inside the Matt Blatt Kia studios. We got plenty to do. Masters tomorrow, Phillies coming up, Flyers season pretty much done. Joel Embiid, dominant last night. But I want to start a little NFL draft. Jason Fitz, ESPN radio, host of Spain and Fitz right here on 97.3 ESPN. There he is. If you're watching on the live stream, as many of you are, we appreciate you guys jumping in. Good comments and questions. Keep them coming throughout the show, throughout the day. And Jay Fitz, I think we got to jump right off with this because the NFL draft about 3 weeks away, and I think the Atlanta Falcons have added the intrigue. They are open for business. The draft looks like it starts at 4. So now what? What happens now, my man?
Well, and that's a great question. I mean, I've been doing all my draft studies, shameless self-promotion. I will tell you, everybody that loves the draft, the digital shows that I've hosted in the past are going to be back. Also, ESPN Radio doing some cool stuff for 3 days on the draft. So I'm going to be all over this for several days. So if you hate my draft stuff, listen for somebody else. If you love it, listen for me. But I'll tell you this. What's interesting about Atlanta is they're at a crossroads, right? You got a quarterback that's not getting any younger. So you got to figure out, but he's still very productive. So are you going to draft the future at quarterback, which may be there, or are you going to draft a prospect? I think the smart thing to do for Atlanta is to trade down to a team that's too impulsive and is going to trade up for a quarterback. The fourth best quarterback in this draft is not better than the best player at another position in this draft. And that's what's getting twisted. Like last year, I said we were undervaluing Chase Young. The year before, we were undervaluing Nick Bosa. This year, we're undervaluing Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts, Penei Sewell. Like there are epic players that are going to be there available at 4. So Atlanta's got to decide if they're all in on Matt Ryan for the next 2-3 years, which I think they should be. They should go get themselves whatever weapon makes their team better. And man, seeing Pitts on an offense like that would be absolutely frightening, position or not.
Right. So if somebody trades up to 4, is it to get the 4th quarterback or is it to get someone that they like?
It's to get the 4th quarterback because the drop-off between 4th quarterback and 5th quarterback is pretty sizable, right? So if you're the Broncos, you're desperate at this point. You've tried every other way to find a quarterback. Maybe that's what you do. What's surprising to me, what makes this difficult to me is I think Justin Fields is clearly the 2nd best quarterback in this draft class, and he may be sitting there at 4, which is a little bit of a weird temptation. Now you got the 2nd best quarterback sitting at 4. Are you willing to move up for him? But I've always said, look at the 49ers. The 49ers have played chess while everybody else is playing checkers, right? They didn't jump on quarterbacks when they had other opportunities. They built the best roster they possibly could, and then they invested in a quarterback that turned out to not be the guy. Now they've got such a great roster, they can take the leverage risk. I don't mind leverage risk for quarterback. I mind leverage risk for quarterback when the rest of your roster isn't good enough, and that's where the mistake comes in for other teams that trade up.
Now, that's an interesting point. We had Mike Tannenbaum on yesterday, and he did his mock draft. In other words, who he would pick if he was drafting for that team in their spot. Now, he did say if he was San Francisco, he would not have traded up. But since they did trade up, he was willing to take Mac Jones in that spot. So that's interesting. The way that you put it, though, makes me kind of agree that, okay, we did everything else. It's like we have all these assets. We had the assets ready for when our team was ready. I kind of like the way you put it. Yesterday, I kind of agree. Like, I'm not trading 3 picks to go get Mac Jones. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Yeah, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. But you can take that risk when the rest of your roster is good. I think where the Jets are confused in all of this is if Patrick Mahomes was the quarterback of the Jets, they still only win 6 games last year, tops, right? So you got the next Patrick Mahomes and Zach Wilson. You're still a 6-10 team at best. Like, you got to fix that whole roster. And I think that's where everything gets lost a little bit. So now they'll go back into rebuild mode at that position. So that's where it gets tricky to me. I don't love risk at quarterback in general, but I hate risk when the rest of your roster is bad.
All right, if you're Carolina at 8 and the 4th quarterback is there, you just traded for Sam Darnold and you have Teddy Bridgewater still hanging around. Do you draft that quarterback if he falls to 8?
No, I don't. Honestly, I think Sam Darnold right now, as bad as things have looked with the Jets, Sam Darnold is better than the 4th best quarterback in this draft. So you get the opportunity to try out Darnold. Yeah, you're going to have to pay too much with the 5th-year option, and then you'll have to make a real decision on him. But right now, why rush it? That's another great example. Like, you have an opportunity. I always say when you've got, and this applies to Philly, when you have a young quarterback, you want to see if they're great. You have an obligation to get that quarterback every single weapon you can possibly get him so that you can see the best of that quarterback to evaluate him. Now, Carolina traded equity to the quarterback. They don't have 5 years to figure out. They got basically 2 years to figure out life with Sam Darnold. So that means they have to go out and get themselves the best option. And there's a real shot. If 1 through 4 is all quarterbacks, there's a real shot at 8. They could be looking at a generational player.
Well, at least 2. The 2 years they have him will be his 4th and 5th years, not his 1st and 2nd. So you should find out more if he's ready in year 4 and 5 than year 1 and 2, right?
1,000%. And that's where, I love being aggressive to put other playmakers around him. Plus, I believe in Joe Brady and Matt Rule. So if you're Carolina, you got to say, hey, we brought coaches in this building that we really believe in.
All right, I want to ask you a question on that because my buddy Anthony Becht tweeted this out the other day, and I was laughing because he's right. He says, everybody just say what you said. I believe in Matt Rule, and I believe in Joe Brady. Well, then how come he couldn't get more out of, or how come they couldn't get more out of Bridgewater?
Well, I think that there's a little bit of hindsight's 2020 in that, because I remember as a Raiders fan, I went into week 1 thinking, man, the Raiders are going to kill the Panthers. They don't have any wide receivers. Guess what? That didn't really turn out to be an issue. I mean, this is the question, the age-old question we're all asking. Where was the incredible playmaker? Once Christian McCaffrey was hurt, where was the playmaker for Carolina? Like, where are their other weapons? So, yes, am I going to turn around and say that I believe Teddy Bridgewater at his best is a quarterback. So if you're going to have a quarterback, you better have great weapons around him. He was an quarterback with weapons, and they still had a moment in the season where we were all a little surprised by how competitive they were. So, yeah, I do think that there's room to grow and get better, but I don't think they necessarily didn't maximize Bridgewater. I don't think Bridgewater had any talent around it.
ESPN's Jason Fitz, Spain and Fitz, 7 o'clock tonight on 97.3 ESPN. And I know without having like the draft list like right in front of you maybe, but I mean, right after Carolina, you've got Denver, Dallas, the Giants, Philadelphia. We all know the Patriots are there at 15 thinking that they could be one. But is there anybody else that you think is in play to trade up or to draft a QB?
Yeah, that's a great question. And look, I think the Saints are still in play to try and figure out what the future of their quarterback position looks like. And so, I would not be surprised. Like there are names like Kyle Trask that are going to pop up mid-late first round. We're going to start to become infatuated with. So, the Saints come to mind definitely. I wouldn't be surprised at some point if Tampa Bay, who returns everybody on this team, looks at it and says, hey, they're much like the 49ers. We got a roster that's going to go out there and try and win the Super Bowl this year. We hit a home run in the draft last year with young talent that came in and immediately contributed. Let's help ourselves in the future at the quarterback position. So get somebody that may need a couple of years to develop. So, yeah, I think that some of the more successful teams are going to be in that market for sure.
All right. Now, a couple of years ago, it was 2017, the Eagles added LeGarrette Blount, Chris Long, Patrick Robinson. It was right about this time that year. Those 3 players were very key to them winning a Super Bowl. So in your mind, is there a definitive favorite, or is there a team that can get those type of signings still where we are in free agency?
There are still names that can contribute. And a lot of people have talked about the secondary, for example. Like, I think that if you're a team that has a lot of youth in the secondary, Richard Sherman is a good option for the right style of defense right now to come in and say, hey, he's going to bridge the gap and he's going to show the guys what they need to do. He's going to be able to teach them tricks of the trade and be really a sideline coach. So, there are some guys, Vaccaro out of Tennessee, another safety example that I think can still come in. Not a great player, but a good player, right? So you can get some good players that are going to come into this process. I don't necessarily, I know the constant obsession, for example, with Jadeveon Clowney, but I don't have that. I think that there are, though, a couple of role players specifically the secondary that could come in and still have impact for teams.
That's the second year in a row where you're going to be like, where's Jadeveon Clowney going to end up? I mean, that was the whole offseason last year, way past this point. When did he finally get? It was like into June.
Yeah, and the problem is when you have a great pass rusher or a great defensive player, they rarely are let out of the building, right? That's part of the reason that we even question Yannick Ngakoue hitting the free agent market. Like, why have so many teams let him go? Well, if you're Jadeveon, like, good teams, not just Houston, that's a dumpster fire. Like, Seattle turned around and they're like, nah, we're good. The Titans turned around and said, nah, we're good. And those are teams that could use that help. So, to me, that's a statement to the player they're seeing behind the scenes. And that's what the league knows that fans don't necessarily want to listen to.
All right, we'll switch over to the NBA real fast. By the way, Joel Embiid was pretty dominant last night, and I want to get your thoughts. You watch Embiid last night and how dominant he was. Now, he's playing the Celtics, who were just completely undermanned at that spot. Harden's now out. Durant's coming back. It seems that those three guys can never get on the court together. But in the end, will they not play enough for you to believe in them, or are they still too much, Brooklyn, with those three, that when push comes to shove, they'll flip the switch and figure it out? Or are you watching this Embiid and this Philly team? They're playing together. They're going to get this, 20 games or so. Hopefully, they're going to add George Hill. This is going to be a very unique story, I think, these two. And then throw Milwaukee into that mix, too.
Yeah, I think Brooklyn's going to implode. And I don't know why we don't acknowledge this more. It's fun during the regular season to watch Harden do what Harden does. But in a 7-game series, when things start to go a little hairy against competition, who's getting the ball? Is it going to be Durant or is it going to be Harden? And when they go through that process, how are they going to feel about it? Like, how's the other guy going to feel about being the other guy for the first time in his career? Plus, we have recent indication. I mean, look at the Clippers last year, who played no time together. And then we got into the bubble and we were like, nah, they'll be fine. It's the Clippers. It's Kawhi. It's Paul George. And it didn't look good. Like, these guys have got to get some time on the court together. I'm beyond concerned about Brooklyn. I think there's a real opportunity and window. I don't know that we're talking enough about Philly. I don't know that we're talking enough about Milwaukee, because the beef on Milwaukee is a good one. They haven't done it in the playoffs. Until they do it in the playoffs, nobody cares. I understand it. But I'm still going to look at it and say, hey, Michael Jordan had to get through the Pistons, right? The Pistons before that had to get through the Celtics. Everybody has that wall. Like, at some point, I believe Giannis will break through that wall. So I look at Milwaukee and I look at Philly as two teams that could easily at this point give Brooklyn everything they can handle. Why not look at that as an option for the NBA Finals? Until I see Brooklyn actually get some rhythm together, I'm not buying.
All right. Well, out west, where the Lakers are kind of, in limbo right now because they don't have AD and they don't have LeBron, they're in the 5 spot. You've got the Utah Jazz and the Phoenix Suns as 1-2. Are either of those teams that you're willing to believe in?
I think Utah. I mean, Utah has everything you could possibly dream of. That being said, the one reason that I hold the Lakers to a different standard, I'm not backtracking here, I promise. The Lakers just did it with 2 guys in the bubble, right? So LeBron and AD, if they're healthy, are going to be better than everybody. So I'm looking at the health report and saying this goes one or 2 ways. LeBron and AD are healthy, in which case I'm putting the Lakers in the final. If LeBron and AD are not healthy, then I think Utah has an absolute chance. And I think we've just stopped talking about the Clippers unnecessarily. So that's a team that I think can come in and really surprise everybody. Phoenix is doing what every young team should want to do, right? They built the right way. They got the right guys in. They've done this. Like I was talking about it last night on Spain and Fitz. I find the 25 under 25 list maddening because you have great talent that's not equaling enough wins for some of these markets. Phoenix is a great opportunity. It does just feel like they're maybe a year away still. They're still young.
Yep, they are. That's an interesting team. They got Chris Paul, but he's like mapped around all these young guys. And Paul has always kind of been known as the guy who always kind of comes up short. So that NBA season, by the way, we'll leave you with this. Jake DeGrom threw 77 pitches and got yanked. He's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. He's a 32-year-old grown man. Does the sport have a problem when the best pitcher you have in your entire game, they say, can't go more than 77?
Yes, and that's what we're going to see a lot of this year. I've talked to a couple of guys that I know that played in the bigs, and the biggest thing that they keep talking about over and over again, guys are telling me, look for restrictions, because this was such a truncated season last year, and guys are so vulnerable coming into this year to injury, and also they're just rusty. I mean, the guys that I'm talking that played the game have said repeatedly, we're going to see 6-pitcher rotations. We're going to see all sorts of different things that we're not used to, because it's the only way that guys can get ready into this season. They're not there yet. So, but is that good for the sport? No, that is not. Like, this is not at all what we want when we end up seeing pitcher after pitcher after pitcher coming in, and it's just a turnstile the whole way. It's tough to watch.
What are you rolling with there, Baby Yoda?
Yeah, Baby Yoda wearing a Baby Yoda with the Raiders emblem.
The other half of the shirt, he's got the Raiders logo. That's pretty good. Jason Fitz, you'll hear him tonight. Spain and Fitz here on 97.3 ESPN. Starts at 7 o'clock. And, of course, he, like all guys, appear via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Jay Fitz, take care, man.
You're the best. Have a great week, bud.
All right. And, of course, it's good conversation on the draft there. We're going to get into some more draft stuff because it all starts at 4. But what happens at 4 is really the big thing. And I think when Andrew DeCecco joins us, we're going to get into some really good conversation on that. But When we return, Embiid was dominant last night. So, did that cement that he is 100% back and healthy? And if he is playing like that, what's the ceiling to this Sixers team? Paul Hudrick has his takeaways from last night. And something Ben Simmons did last night that was the best on the floor. Plus something else Ben Simmons did last night that really stood out with Joel Embiid. That's all coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Download the free mobile app. It's powered by First Bank of Sea Island. You can listen to the Sports Bash and every other show you want on the go. And you can watch the Sports Bash on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Just search 973 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Little inside the Sixers with a dominating performance last night by one Joel Embiid. Does that cement that he's 100% back and healthy? Paul Hudrick, our Sixers insider, set to join us. At Paul Hudrick on Twitter. He's got his takeaways from last night's game up right now at 97.3 ESPN.com. And he, like all guests, appear via the Boardwalk Honda hotline as he joins us live on the radio and the video stream. There he is, Paul Hudrick. What's going on, man? As the Sixers, man, that was as dominant as Joel Embiid has looked all season last night.
Yeah, he's really taken it to the Celtics this season. I don't know if there's a little something personal from last year with how that playoff series went down where the Sixers really, quite frankly, got embarrassed. Everybody other than Joel Embiid was not very good in that playoff series against the Celtics last season. So for him to come out and just dominate 3 games against the Celtics, and listen, they threw everything at the guy last night. Literally 5 different defenders on him. None of them stood a chance. You know, Taco Fall, I guess, to a degree, because he's just enormous, kind of, it confused, I guess, Embiid for a little bit. But even then, he eventually got that figured out and it dominated him. So, yeah, I mean, just a truly, truly dominant performance. And I think the scary part, Mike, is that I don't think he is 100%. I think he's more like 75-ish%. And that's how dominant he looked. And he even admitted after the game, said, I'm not exactly where I want to be. So the fact that this is a 75% of what we can expect from Joel Embiid and what we've seen all season is it's scary.
Well, and I'm watching that game last night. You're right. They're throwing everything at him. I mean, they got Sime Ojeleye, 6'6", defending him. They've got Williams, who fouled out in about 10 minutes, it felt like. They went to a 7'6" Taco Fall. I mean, they tried everybody on him. I guess my question is, of the teams in the East, Boston's very small. They're not really equipped to defend them. But is Brooklyn or Milwaukee any more equipped to defend what Joel Embiid was doing last night?
It's the Toronto Raptors, but I don't even know if they're going to make the playoffs at this point. But that seems to be the team that always gives him problems. And that's more schematic than anything else. I don't really think that's personnel, because we've seen their personnel change and them still have success against Joel Embiid. Now, I will say, just as a kind of just an aside for like a team like the Raptors, you saw last night when the Celtics doubled Embiid, he did a really good job passing out of it, and they made them pay. So it wasn't just, yes, Joel Embiid was great and he made good decisions, but the supporting cast also made the Celtics pay, which would be big against a team like Toronto. But as far as the top teams, I guess you would say Milwaukee, because they can go to, Lopez can give them some okay minutes against Embiid. He's not going to stop Embiid, but he can maybe muscle him up a little bit, and then they're going to double team him because that's what they do. And they are just a team that Milwaukee will live with you making threes. They don't want you to score inside. That's just Budenholzer's way. That's the way he's always been defensively. So they might be able to stop Joel, and not stop. Let's not go crazy. They might be able to slow down Joel Embiid better than most, but they're going to be vulnerable to 3-point shots. And as we've seen, like we saw last night, with Danny Green shooting the way he has, with Seth Curry now in the lineup, with the addition of George Hill, you can't do that. They're going to be able to punish you from the outside. So it's going to be a very interesting pick your poison scenario when we get into the playoffs, and to see how they kind of play Joel Embiid and to see what they're willing to live with the supporting cast.
Yeah, I mean, the way you kind of started that off, it was a very, the Sixers need that type of game to win, I think, in the playoffs, where if you're going to double Embiid, you get 5 of 6 from Danny Green. Seth Curry didn't shoot the ball particularly well, but Green, 5 of 6, kind of picks up the slack there, and it makes you then not be able to surround one player like we keep talking about with Ben. Like, if these guys are going to shoot threes, you're not going to be able to put a wall up at the foul line for Ben Simmons, because you're going to have to step out, and then that gives that passageway for Ben. So that game last night is kind of like the blueprint of what the Sixers kind of need, or at least one of the blueprints. Yeah. They need those guys hitting shots and Curry getting good looks. He didn't hit last night, but if he's getting looks, you still have to go out on him.
100%, Mike, and that's what it is. Even if he's not hitting, the guy is one of the top 3-point shooters in the NBA. We've seen what Danny Green can do when he gets hot. You can't leave those guys alone. And just the defense having to account for that is going to help Joel Embiid. It's going to help Ben Simmons. And Mike, Tobias Harris wasn't very good last night. He had a bad game. He hasn't had many of those this year, though. So when you look at it from that
guy, I mean, Danny Green went 5 of 6, but they didn't really have that second guy who really stood out off. I mean, Green had 17 points. He only took 7 shots. He happened to hit 5 threes, but they didn't really have that second banana last night.
No, they won that game on the defensive end of the floor. Like, no doubt about it. They turned a Boston team that doesn't turn the ball over a ton. They turned them over 20 times. You know, the history of Ben Simmons on Jason Tatum, he's always done very well against Jason Tatum. I think Tatum was 7 of 17 last night, 3 of 10 from 3. Jaylen Brown didn't necessarily have an explosive. I think he was fairly efficient, but didn't really, have an explosive game. Kemba Walker, if I'm being really frank, because I'm a big Kemba Walker fan, he doesn't look right. He just doesn't look like the same player at all that he once was. So that's a big concern for Boston going forward, I would think. But I think, that's what it is, Mike. Offensively, they have a formula that I think can work, but that formula is also contingent on them being excellent defensively. So there is a mix of something that's very intriguing that I think can be good winning playoff basketball.
All right, give me your assessment on what you saw from Simmons last night, because if you look at the line, you would say, well, he didn't do much offensively. He had 12 points, 4 of 7, 6 assists. He didn't have a great stat line last night, but were you impressed with his game on both sides of the floor?
Well, defensively, he was brilliant. You don't turn them over 20 times without Ben Simmons on the floor. He had 3 steals of his own. Again, mentioned on Tatum, the job he's done over the years. I know there's like those coverage stats where it shows up, Tatum was 4 of 8 when guarded by Simmons, but like those stats are kind of weird, and it's just like literally the closest defender too. And I don't want to get too far down the road on that, but yeah, I thought he was great defensively. I thought he clearly impacted the game on that end of the floor. Offensively, I thought he was okay. First half, I thought he scuffled a little bit. I thought he was very good in that third quarter, pushing the pace a little bit. Coming right off the bat, he got to the basket, but then he misses 4 straight free throws. That's not great. I wrote about in my takeaways that he's really regressed from the free throw line, and that's a pretty big concern for me. 11 games before the break, he was well over 70%. Since the break, he's around 53%. That's not going to cut it. He's got to be better from the line. He did make the next 4.
Do you think that's one of the reasons why he's been less aggressive, because his confidence at the line is shrinking?
I think it's just in general. I think he's just struggling, and I think it's just manifesting itself in all types of different ways. Luckily for the Sixers, it hasn't manifested itself on the defensive end of the floor. But I think offensively, he is just scuffling, or at least, for the most part, he has been scuffling on that end of the floor so badly that it's just bled into everything. He's not finishing as well as he once was. He's not making his free throws. And I think that leads to him maybe not attacking as much, maybe being more hesitant, and that leads to more turnover. So I think it's just a cyclical thing where it's all kind of feeding into each other. And then I think, Mike, to your point, I think it's not a coincidence that he played a little better as the game went on, then makes 4 straight free throws. Like, I don't think that is a coincidence to your point. So
in the month of February, when he was really aggressive and playing his best, he was shooting about 75% from the line. And it's like, I feel like I can make these, so I'll try to, I can get there. Now it's like he's kind of curtailing the aggressiveness because he don't like the way that,
I think it's like a chicken and egg thing. I think they're kind of, and I think it's kind of like there's no right or wrong answer. I think one just feeds off the other. I think when he's being aggressive and he's getting to the line, I think he just has a tendency to make more of them. And he's like weird too. Like, he's like a rhythm player from the line where I feel like the more he gets there, the better he shoots them. Whereas a lot of guys, it's not that way. You know what I mean? Like the more they get to the line, the more pressure they kind of put on themselves. I think to me, when he's taking like 7 or 8 a game for whatever reason, he seems to make more. Yeah. That's totally unscientific. I can't prove that 100%. It's just a feel thing. So offensively, but again, offensively overall, I thought he was okay. Third quarter, I thought he was, pretty darn good. I thought he was a big part of why they kind of iced the game at that point. And so, I think we all kind of have to live with where he is offensively, at least for this season. I think he kind of is what he is. It can work, but it can work if Joel Embiid is dominant, if Tobias Harris is efficient, and guys are hitting shots. That's the only way it's going to work.
All right, so what did they do with him last night? You wrote about this in the takeaways, a little snug pick and roll, and something that they can they utilize that in playoff situations to try to clear, defend the way people are going to try to defend him?
Yeah, I think that can be. No, I got you. I think it can be a way to kind of deter. Not only that, the way they play Ben Simmons, where I think it can deter a little bit of that, but then I also think it can deter teams from double teaming Joel Embiid as aggressively as they would like. You saw in the second half, they ran the one, and Doc Rivers actually said he thought it was the best they'd run it all season. And on that play, for those who don't know, the snug pick and roll is just Ben Simmons is a ball handler and Joel Embiid is a screener, and it's a pick and roll in the low block. That's all it is. So in that instance, Jaylen Brown was on Ben Simmons, Taco Fall was on Embiid. They run it, the Celtics switch it. That leaves Jaylen Brown basically underneath the basket on Joel Embiid. So what can Jaylen Brown even do? He had to foul him. So it can lead to mismatches in that regard. If Ben Simmons has an advantage against the center, he can kind of maneuver around him, maybe finish at the rim. The best example of that, Mike, actually, ironically enough, was last year against the Doc Rivers Clippers. It was like right before the All-Star break last season. They ran it a ton against Kawhi Leonard and Zubac against the Clippers, and it worked very, very well. And listen, it's not to me, and it's also what I wrote, it's not an option A. It's not the first thing I'm looking for on offense, but I think it's just another little wrinkle and something they can add that can maybe help get Ben Simmons going. Utilize his skill sets as a facilitator. And, he has been good finishing with the right hand generally, especially that little hook shot. Been a little off recently, but in general has been good. Or it's just, it's very difficult to double team kind of Joel Embiid out of that look. So it just is something that gives them a different look, a different option. And it's not that easy for other teams to stop.
Yeah, that hook shot thing. It's interesting you brought that up because I was thinking to myself, I wonder if that's going to end up being his signature 2-3 years down the road. Remember, we talked about Embiid's 27. He was really good at 24, but think about how much better he is. Ben's really good at 25, but at 27, if he adds that signature something, I wonder if that hook is like, I'm not going to say he's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar all of a sudden, but if that's his little signature that he just makes him if it's an unstoppable shot that he feels uberly comfortable and confident in taking, is that the thing that advances his offense to the next level? Because I don't think we think it's going to be shooting from anywhere.
Right. It could be. You bring up Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but I mean, Magic Johnson did that quite a lot for a point guard. He often went to that little right hook shot and was very successful with it. So I do think that is one of his go-to moves. I think he's going to have to come up with some other things too, because teams are gunning for it. They know it's coming. They know that he's strong with it and that he feels comfortable doing it. So he's going to have to. And that's why, like off the top, when I say that, and it's again what I wrote in the takeaways, you think you have to accept what he is this season because he is still 24 years old and we don't know what he's going to look like next year, the year after, or when he's 28 years old, like Joel Embiid. We don't know what that player is going to look like. And maybe by then I don't want to promise anything because who knows, but maybe by then he does incorporate some kind of a shot. I don't know. So I think for this year, focus on what he's doing, what he can do, and accept it. That's what he is. Otherwise, you're just going to pull your hair out expecting him to do more. And going forward, yes, you need to see progress. You need to see him evolve. But this year, I think you kind of have to accept that he is what he is and kind of let him star in that role.
Yeah, I know that, people want to evaluate him night to night and everything, and they feel like I had a guy text me, if he doesn't score 20 a game or average 20 a game, that they can't win. I think you have to reset your ceiling for what if you wanted to be a scorer, you're going to be disappointed. That's what it comes down to. You want him to be a scorer, yes, you're going to be disappointed. But you know what I'm finding more and more? I don't know about you on your Twitter feed, but people who texted the show and stuff, they're going to the contract. It's almost like he's Andre Iguodala. It's like, hey, you signed this max deal, you better be able to score 20 points a game. And it's like, Andre Iguodala signed that max deal and people, hammered him for it. And he was not a max player. It's not his fault that he signed the contract, but it's almost like Simmons is starting to go down that road where people are saying, you got paid all this money, you got to score more than 15 points a game.
It's the contract, and it's also just he was the number one overall pick. People will harp on that, but it's like he's not Anthony Bennett. You know what I mean? I mean, it could have been a lot worse. He's a good NBA player. He is an all-star. Not every number one pick turns out to be that good just because they are the number one pick. I mean, Kwame Brown, Michael Olowokandi, we can go on all day with guys who are number one picks who did not turn out to be what Ben Simmons has become. And yeah, listen, I don't think you need him to be a 20-point-a-game scorer because I think you have Joel Embiid scoring 30. You have Tobias Harris scoring 20. who also Tobias Harris makes a lot of money too. So that's 50 points just out of those two right there. And then you add, again, two guys who are shooting over 40%. They have something, a formula that does make sense where Ben Simmons does not need to be that elite scorer. Of course, if he scores more, would it help them? Yeah, of course. Like, that's a no-brainer. But
you got to keep in mind, if he's scoring more, someone else is scoring less. So then
exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's
right. I mean, and granted, they are kind of middle of the pack in offense and offensive efficiency. So yeah, if he scored more, could they maybe be a top 10 offense? Perhaps. Yeah. But I don't think. I think by looking at him simply as a guy who scores baskets, I think, one, you're just going to drive yourself nuts because I don't think he's ever going to be that guy. And two, I think you're shortchanging him because he does so many other things well. Yeah. And listen, that's not to excuse he hasn't been very good offensively in the second half. We can all admit to that. We can all see that. Like, we all agree he has not been good enough in the second half. That's not to say that he can't still be very good and that he hasn't been very good at times this year. So I think there has to be some kind of acceptance level, at least for this season, that he doesn't have to score 20 points a game, but he still can have an impact on the offensive end of the floor, and a pretty big one.
Yeah, that's the thing to keep in mind. I think what you just said there is, even if he doesn't score, he still has a big impact. It's the fact that he has nights where he does have these big games. That's what drives people nuts. Why can't you do this more often? I just saw you do it. I know you have it in you. And that's been the never-ending.
The NBA is very hard.
I know you can do it. I've seen you do it, but you choose not to do it. And it's like what Marcus said: is he insubordinate? Is he obstinate? I don't know.
I can't go with it. I can't go with the idea that it's a choice. Like, if you could just choose to be LeBron James, you would just be LeBron. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think.
Well, you and I would be. That's why we have these jobs.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't. Like, why would, if Ben Simmons, if he thinks he could go out there and shoot 40% from three or whatever and hit mid-range jumpers and be an MVP caliber player, why would he not do that? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I saw this on Twitter over the weekend. I don't know if it was a story or somebody wrote or something, but it was like how Markelle Fultz and Ben Simmons both ended up in the same city as the number one overall picks, and both have this blockage of shooting while they're here. And then I guess it was like, is it something that's going on with the organization, the city, the fans? I can't remember. I meant to send it over to my show notes, but it was this whole thing. I'm thinking to myself, Ben Simmons doesn't get it nearly as bad as Fultz got it from the fans in terms of what the heck happened to this guy. Now, I think the fans became endearing of Fultz once he played. Like, they were pulling for this guy, but there was this other section of fans that were like, this guy's terrible. He can't shoot. He doesn't want it. Like, you know, it's crazy. And now Simmons doesn't get it nearly as bad as Fultz did, but they almost have the same blockage going on that I think both of them could do it. I don't know what the heck happened with Fultz, because the tape at Washington is not the same tape of this guy. That's for sure.
Right. Now, and I think too, it goes back to, and maybe it's an argument you can make for both guys, is think about what Ben Simmons walked into. Yeah, like, he gets drafted number one overall, breaks his foot, doesn't play that entire first season. His rookie year, they're a playoff team. They are a 50-win basketball team, a 3 seed. They won a playoff round as a rookie, playing point guard, which he had never played in his entire life.
Yeah.
So I often wonder, what if he had been drafted to a team that was a 20-win team, had no aspirations to go into the playoffs, maybe didn't have a superstar in the making already in Joel Embiid, and Ben Simmons could just go out there, chuck up a bunch of shots, make a bunch of mistakes, and it didn't matter. I wonder if his development course would have been different. I think it's a fair question to raise, but the reality is that that's not what he walked into, a winning situation. And because of that, the expectations on him have probably been, maybe to a degree, slightly unfair, to expect him to be that guy and to lead, try to be a number one option or a number two option on a top tier playoff team. That's a really big ask of a guy.
Yeah, I remember that day vividly. They were at Stockton when he broke his foot. I had Brett Brown on the air that day. I remember asking him about, it's just a foot, he'll be fine. And he missed the whole year. And, that people forget that he missed one whole year. Then you make him play point guard, which he had never done before. And I try to explain this to people. He was kind of described as this generational player. I was having this conversation with on the air the other day. Is he was described as this generational player, not because he was a Jordan-esque scorer, but because he was a 6'10" human being that could dribble and handle and could go sideline to sideline with speed and agility like no one you've ever seen. Those are the generational assets. But when people hear generational type of player, they just assume scorer. The other part of the generational attributes that he brings, nobody cares about.
Yeah, and when he came out, the comparisons were Magic Johnson and LeBron James, which, first of all, I mean, good luck trying to meet those expectations. But second of all, yes, LeBron James is a scorer. He has become a better scorer, but he's still kind of a pass first player. But look at Magic. Magic Johnson wasn't like an elite scorer. Magic Johnson was more of a facilitator. And who did he play with? An elite center in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So I think that is probably the closest parallel. Listen, again, asking him to be Magic Johnson is completely and totally unfair, because it's unfair to ask anyone to be that. But I think that's the player that he's kind of closer to. And listen, Magic Johnson couldn't shoot either when he came into the league. He really couldn't. It took him a few years. So,
oh man, I just totally lost my train of thought, but I guess we'll have
Magic Johnson, something. I don't know.
Yeah, something. Magic Johnson. I don't remember. Man, oh man. All right, good stuff. Paul Hudrick at Paul Hudrick. Check out his takeaways from last night's game. They're up right now at 97.3 ESPN.com. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, Paul, if I remember, I'll text you.
Sounds good, Mike. Take care, man.
Pal. All right, Paul Hudrick's back on Friday inside the Sixers, of course, here on the Sports Bash. It is brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, Clark's Moving and Storage is your first call. They're dependable and always show up online at clarksmoving.net. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. You can do that easy. Just go to our website, 973ESPN.com/app, and download the free mobile app to your phone so you can enter the Sports Bash Cash code word. I got another one coming up at 3:55, so stick around for that. It's all right here on the Sports Bash. All right, 348 Sports Bash. I have Sports Bash Cash, another chance for $1,000 coming up at 355. Remember, you can win up to $10,000. The more words you enter, the more chances you have to win. Dan from EHG says, come on, Mike Gill, I need 1,000 or 10,000. I will donate 30% to the Sports Bash. Well, I'll give you the word. You enter it, and then I don't pick the winner. I don't know who does that. That goes off into another stratosphere. They just hand me the names of the people who win the $1,000. The more times you enter the word, though, or the more words you enter, you can't enter the same word 10 times. You can enter it once, then play again at 4:55, then again at 5:55, at 6:55, and then tomorrow morning at 9:55, 10:55. We give you the word at 55 after every hour. You enter that word on our website. Download the free mobile app. You get that word. All right, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Coming up at 4 o'clock, football at 4 today. That's as usual. The often imitated, never duplicated football at 4. We've got you covered. But what I want to get into is the thought of the quarterback situations for the Eagles now that this trade has happened. We're going to talk to Sam Darnold. We're going to talk to Andrew DeCecco coming up at 4 o'clock. What Sam Darnold's trade means to the Eagles at 12, because I know he's been chomping at the bit to kind of get in on and discuss this. But what I want to get into now is how many teams are in play for a quarterback? Who is definitively, like, think about this, by the way. I brought this up earlier with Jason Fitz. In 2017, the Eagles did not make a free agent move until about right now. They went out and got Patrick Robinson, Chris Long, and LeGarrette Blount. Remember that? That is when Howie Roseman made his moves in free agency. So I'm not saying they're going to make those moves and that's going to change this team. But think about this, all right? Everybody who has been complaining about the cap hell that the Eagles were kind of in this season. Next year, that flips over, and the Eagles will be able to be one of the more active teams in football. So they had to sit out for one season. And then next year, they are back involved in free agency. Think about this. I like ESPN.com wrote, it's clear that the Eagles are eating their vegetables in hopes of getting to enjoy cake next season. This is the situation. They have the dead cap figure of $33.8 million. Once the Deshaun Jackson and Alshon Jeffrey contracts hit the table, that will be $40 million in dead money this season. And if Zach Ertz gets traded before June 1st, that number goes up to nearly $50 million in dead cap money. However, the Eagles are projected to have nearly $32 million in cap space next season. So for everybody who's been out there saying that Howie Roseman mismanaged the cap, not necessarily. I think they understood what they got themselves into for the 2021 season. That wouldn't have been the case had Carson Wentz not been a total disaster. But they're right back in the game next year. $32 million with as many as 3 first-round picks. And then you have this situation. And this is what I want to kind of get into. If Jalen Hurts plays really well, great. You've got yourself a quarterback. And if Jalen Hurts doesn't play well, you have the ammunition to go do something about it. So the options for the Eagles, and there's a lot of them. Zach Berman over at the Athletic mapped out 9 scenarios. Jalen Hurts plays well. He's the starter this season and beyond. 2, you take a day 2 quarterback and you hope that guy strikes gold. He names guys like Davis Mills, Kyle Trask, Ann Book, Kellen Mond, Jamie Newman. Now, I don't love any of that group of guys, but maybe you take one of those guys and they end up getting into your camp and you end up liking one of those guys. Number 3, Draft a quarterback first round next year with the pick they own, or trade multiple picks to move up in the draft. Howie Roseman has put them in the position to be able to do either one of those things. If Hurts stinks and the team stinks, you're probably in play for a first-round quarterback next year. And if you're in that 7-8 range, well, you have 3 first-round picks. You could probably move up into the top 3 if you want. Number 4, trade multiple picks that you now have for Russell Wilson. There's another scenario that you can possibly go out there. And it's not just Russell Wilson. Trade multiple picks. Now, he writes for Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson looks like he's in some hot water, and it's getting worse and worse by the day. So we'll see how that all goes. That's his number 5. Number 6, trade for the 2022 version of Matthew Stafford. Says maybe it's Matt Ryan. Maybe it's Aaron Rodgers. The Eagles have the ability to do it. If you call Green Bay up and say, hey, we've got 3 first-round picks. You took Jordan Love. I bet you they'd be somewhat interested in moving a 38, 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Now, will the Eagles want to get a 38, 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers? Remains to be seen. Number 7, you trade less than a first-round pick for the 2022 version of Carson Wentz. You know, that guy that just had the disappointing year, but you know he has talent. Trade for the 2022 version of Sam Darnold. Guy like Tua. Sign a free agent quarterback. So the Eagles have a lot of options. And the big number that they also have is cap space. $32 million of it. That's the kind of cap space the Eagles have next offseason. What's the Sam Darnold trade mean for the Eagles now? Well, ask Andrew DeCecco when he joins us next. And I'm going to ask him, give me one player the Eagles would move up to try to trade to get in the draft. If he starts to fall, would they move up? Scooter, Scooter, Scooter. Enter it now on our website, 973ESPN.com, or use the free mobile app. Sports Bash Cash brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union for all your lending needs. Get the next Sports Bash Cash code word at 455. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Buy and sell your sports bets. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. You got the Masters coming up. It's a perfect time to use PropSwap, and I think many of you should try it out if you haven't done it before. You know, you go out there, you buy Jordan Spieth. You know, Spieth started at 60-1. He's now 10-1. If you would have bought that ticket at 60-1, you could sell that at PropSwap and have 60-1 odds to sell to another bettor. That's how PropSwap works. And they bring you Football at 4 today on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew DeCecco, Inside the Birds, and, of course, the Eagles at 12, the NFL Draft coming into fruition. And let's bring in Andrew DeCecco here on the Sports Bash Boardwalk Honda Hotline. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing well, man. A few weeks out from the draft, so I expect to see a lot of news coming out.
Yes. Do you anticipate that number 4 pick being made by the Atlanta Falcons or somebody else?
I think the Falcons, they need another quarterback. I think that a weapon like a Kyle Pitts could be in play for them. So I think they're going to stand firm and probably make that selection.
So when they say the door is open for business at number 4, you think they're taking calls, but in the end, they won't be blown away enough to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think they're certainly going to take calls and entertain it, but they're going to probably want a king's ransom for that. And knowing where they're at and that they're, more than a few pieces away from being a significant contender for anything, I think that they should just kind of stand pat, take the best player available, and start to build their franchise up that way.
All right. I'm going to get your opinion on the trade that happened and what it means for Philadelphia now at number 12. When Sam Darnold gets traded and he's now on Carolina at number 8, what does that do to a team like Philly at number 12? Your opinion?
Well, and if you remember on the show, I mentioned that I thought that the Panthers would have been in serious play to take the quarterback. And obviously now they're going to probably look for a skilled player to build around Sam Darnold. And they got a great value for Sam Darnold. He's only 23 years old. A lot of people forget that. You feel like he's been around forever, but Mac Jones is just 22 years old, for example. So, I mean, if Joe Brady can get the most out of Sam Darnold, expect Joe Brady to be a head coach by next season. I mean, there's Sam Darnold's got to stay healthy and everything like that, but I think that there is some potential there. I do think he's a good quarterback, and I think it'll take the right coach and the right system to really bring that out of him. He's also reunited with Robbie Anderson again, so that'll be something to watch for. But I think it certainly takes we're going to go with the skill player, so it's going to knock down the Eagles a little bit. And I do think that someone like a J.C. Horn will probably be around still. I don't think it'll affect them in that area, but any hopes they had of maybe a Jalen Waddle or something like that, it's a little murkier now.
All right, I want to throw this by you then, this scenario. What if one of those 4 quarterbacks, or I guess 5, but the 4th of those quarterbacks, if he's on the board at number 8, does Carolina say too good to pass up, still got to do it?
It depends on how much they really like the player versus the skill player that could be available to start to build that around. Because obviously they like Sam Darnold enough to at least bring him in there and give him a shot, and they could always have that opportunity next year depending on how they feel about the quarterback class. I think it would be in their best interest. They need to really retool their entire defense. You're going to get an opportunity to take a Patrick Surtain or something like that there. You're going to have a chance that if you want to add a receiver, there's going to be a Jalen Waddle there. They're going to have a whole bunch of opportunities to really add to their team. And I think if you're Matt Rule, it makes sense just to go offense or defense, but don't necessarily go on the route of a quarterback again.
I want to get your opinion on this. I got into a conversation with a buddy of mine, and most people that I've talked to or heard have Penei Sewell as the top tackle in this draft. Now, he says Slater's the better player, and I said I haven't heard one person tell me Slater's the better player. But after watching a little bit and talking a little bit, Penei Sewell might be the better tackle, but is Slater a better fit for a team like Philly, who you have a versatile player who could play up and down the line, where Sewell, you're probably using him at left tackle.
Yeah, well, that's sort of interesting. I hadn't heard anyone say that Slater was better, but because I consider Sewell to be one of the premier players in this class, the top 3 talent. But I mean, you can be a jack of all trades, but a master at none. I mean, or you can get somebody that's very proficient in a certain area that's going to be a stalwart left tackle for your franchise for the next 10 to 12 years. That's not to say that Slater's an average player or anything like that. It's just saying that, he can do a lot of different things, but where is he ultimately going to settle at the next level? I mean, I personally think he could be a right tackle, he could be a guard, but is he going to be that dominant all-pro that a Penei Sewell is going to be? I don't see that.
Right. So essentially, Slater might be the more versatile of the two guys, but Sewell is probably the guy who's more of a cornerstone franchise left tackle. And you mentioned Slater, more of an inside guy, maybe a right tackle at the pro level, right?
Yeah, that's how I view it. Yeah.
All right. So I want to go and take a look at corner. Now, okay, let me ask you this. Eagles are at 12, right? If this player starts to fall and he's at 8-9, because see if you agree with me here. You're not trading with 10 and 11, Dallas and New York. They're not making a deal with you to change places with them. So it's going to be tough for the Eagles if they see a player falling, because 10 and 11, do you agree, are out of play?
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be any wiggle room there. So they may have to vault past that if there's a player that they really like, such as a Jalen Waddle, who I think would be a good fit here in Philadelphia, maybe a Devontae Smith, depending on how high they are on him. I don't think Kyle Pitts will necessarily be even in that range. He could go as high as 4 to Atlanta. But yeah, I mean, that's the type of player you're going to be looking at. I mean,
all right, well, let me
ask you, one of the Alabama receivers, possibly.
Then let me ask you this. If this player starts to fall, let's say he's at 7, he's at 8, what player is that Philly says, that's the guy we got to jump over New York and Dallas to go get?
Well, I would say one of the Alabama receivers. I don't think Jamar Chase is going to slide that far. I don't think Kyle Pitts is going to slide that far. I don't think Penei Sewell is going to go past 3. So I mean, those are depending on if they're set on adding a wide receiver to the offense and changing the whole dynamic, and they really are enamored with those 2 players, one of the 2. I could certainly see those guys being in play, but it also makes the most sense for me if you're the Eagles. Stay there at 12. You're going to get a top corner that's going to be available. You're going to have. You may have one of those receivers that slides there. I mean, you're going to be able to maybe a defensive end and Russo or Kwity Paye, and then they have so many other areas of need that you can't really go wrong. They just have to take the top player available.
Andrew, why are people seemingly unexcited about the pass rushers? Mosher yesterday talked about it. Can't remember a draft where an edge rusher, pass rusher wasn't in the top 10, and yet it seems that no one is excited if you get the best pass rusher in this draft.
Yeah, well, there's question marks with all of them, Mike, or at least the premier ones. I would say Russo, he has the size, but he's incredibly slender, and he needs to add a lot of muscle and bulk to his frame. He only had 1 year production. You're kind of basing everything off of that. He's not very technically savvy yet. There's a lot of potential there, and he has a very high ceiling, but he's more of a projection. So it's kind of hard to make that kind of investment in a lineman at that when you're talking about that type of draft capital. And with Kwity Paye, his production, Michigan had a lot of dynamic players on their defense, so he never really had a chance to stand out until recently. So there's not a whole lot of production to go off of for him, and he's another one that can play inside or he can play outside, but he's not necessarily dominant in either aspect. So yes, he's going to likely be a starter, a long-term starter at the next level, but there's not those dominant traits that you look for when you're assessing those top-end pass rushers.
All right, Andrew DeCecco is with us here on the Sports Pass. Now, about a week ago, I told you there was a mock draft that had Mac Jones going number 3. Do you remember that I'll play your reaction for you. Ready? Mac Jones 3.
Whoa.
Now, that was you a week ago. Are you now coming to terms with the fact that he is, in fact, going to go 3?
I'll believe it when I see it. It's the draft goes a million different directions, and a lot of things happen that nobody really sees coming. So I have to really, that one's really hard to wrap my head around, to be quite frank with you. But I mean, sure, I guess. I don't. If they're wrong, I mean, it's going to set him back a number of years, and I'm not particularly high on his prospects for whatever that's worth. But I mean, I consider him more of a mid to late first round talent.
Well, I value your draft. I value your draft knowledge as one of all the guys I've talked to on this show over the years. You've got a wealth of depth of draft knowledge, unlike many that I've had. I mean, so I definitely now. Yesterday we had Mike Tannenbaum on. Okay. Now, he did a GM mock draft. In other words, if he was the GM of that team, this is the guy he would take in that spot. So I want to kind of play that out for you, and I want to tell you who the Eagles landed. Did you see this mock draft?
No, to be honest, I don't read any mock drafts out there.
Okay. So this is good because I want to hear your reaction because you might be surprised with who is there at number 12. All right. Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, Mac Jones 3. All right? Trey Lance 4 to Atlanta. See that happening?
It's possible. I mean, but Atlanta needs help in a lot of areas, so that might be a little high for Trey Lance. I consider him a top 8 to 10 guy.
All right.
Going around there.
Penei Sewell 5 to Cincinnati. Jamar Chase. Go ahead. What's that?
That'd be good value for Cincinnati.
I think that's a great. I think if Cincinnati does that, that's finally the first time they make a. They got Burrow last year and this. Cincinnati, they want to take a receiver so bad. They want a Cincinnati it's so bad. But Sewell's the guy in that spot. He's got Chase 6 to the Dolphins. All right. Waddle 7 to Detroit. Justin Fields 8 to Carolina. He still feels like Carolina should take a quarterback because of Darnold's contract situation.
Okay.
All right. 9. Micah Parsons, Denver. There's a name you haven't heard yet that you're probably scratching your head about, I'm sure. Patrick Surtain, 10 to the Dallas Cowboys. Number 11, the Giants, Azeez Ojulari, outside linebacker. What do you think about that?
That's one of those picks that you would typically see in a draft that no one sees coming, kind of like Titus Howard a few years ago, going in the late first round. That sort of catches everybody by surprise. I don't necessarily view that the same way, but I mean, the crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I always feel like there's somebody in that top 12 that you're like, whoa!
It happens every year, Mike. So I mean, that very well could be one of the fastballs that are thrown.
And number 12, Philadelphia, Kyle Pitts.
Well, it's an interesting journey for the Eagles to kind of to have Pitts fall to them. I mean, a lot would have to happen, obviously, for that to really transpire. So, such as some of the curveballs that were thrown into that first round mock.
It's really what? It's really the Carolina 8 where he takes the quarterback. That's one of them, right?
Yeah, that's definitely that threw a wrench into everything. But I do think that now that they have their quarterback, I think that they could at least start to address other areas. At least that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to revisit that next year, you'll probably have that opportunity.
Yeah.
But that's also coming from me, who I actually do think Sam Darnold has some potential. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense in my view to go and get another young quarterback.
Well,
Sam Darnold's still 23 years old with a lot of potential.
Just to throw some other right after Philly, Christian Darrisaw to the Chargers, Kwity Paye to the Vikings, Devonta Smith to Alabama, to New England, J.C. Horn, 16 to Arizona. If Arizona gets J.C. Horn at 16, they're going to do backflips. The Raiders getting Rashawn Slater at 17, and Vera Tucker going 18 to the Miami Dolphins. So there's some players all the way down to 18 that we've seen in the top 12 in some areas, going all the way down to 18 in this particular. So do you think there are 18 and then there's a drop-off, or where's your drop-off?
My drop-off is at least around probably 12, right? Right where the Eagles pick, I think they're right on the cusp there. And then I think there's a significant drop-off in talent as far as guys being able to be plug-and-play, early contributors, cornerstone prospects. And that's honestly why I don't put a whole bunch of stock into mock drafts. I don't really read a bunch of them. I kind of base it off of my own opinions, my own big boards. And because all this is a projection, it's a fun exercise to do.
Absolutely.
But it rarely does it ever come to fruition. So, but it is interesting to kind of fathom.
Oh, yeah. And look, to get a perspective from a guy who was in the draft room making that pick. And I asked him yesterday, Andrew, how prevalent is it, the information for next year's draft when making a pick this year? In other words, this year's draft is loaded in wideouts. Now, I don't know what next year's wideouts look like, but does Mike Tannenbaum, GM of the Jets, know? And he says, absolutely, and that could help break a tie. In other words, you have two guys neck and neck on your board. Next year's wide receiver class is weak. This one's strong. We'll take the guy now, knowing that next year it's going to be harder to get one.
Yeah, but there's always, that's a smart approach to have. Obviously, he would know. But then there's also how do you know? How do you plan that far in advance? There's always guys that come out of nowhere. You look at Zach Wilson this year, and the quarterback, and Devontae Smith just had completely took the college football world by storm and really vaulted his draft stock. This type of stuff happens all the time. So who's to say that there isn't going to be another player who emerges and all of a sudden you're like, that guy would be a really good fit. He's got the height, weight, speed, ratio, and we really need that extra. So, there's a lot of different things that are at play, and then all of a sudden you're like, maybe a year ago we didn't feel this way, but now we really realize we need to address this area. So, it's one way to look at it, but then there's also, I'd say, how do you plan that far in advance? You have to sort of let things unfold.
It was a fascinating to hear from a guy who, this guy made picks. He was the GM. He sat in that room. I thought it was pretty interesting. Tomorrow, Andrew's back, and he has his mock draft 2.0 for the Eagles. So we will take a look at the 11 players he thinks the Eagles might end up with. So we'll kind of break down his second mock draft. We'll talk more about the draft as the draft is getting closer. The fact that this number 4 pick could be in play, that adds intrigue. Here's a question for you real quick. I got about a minute. Let's say Atlanta doesn't take a quarterback. Is there another team in the top 12 that would take that 4th quarterback?
Yeah,
So you're talking about a quarterback for the 4th and 5th one. They could potentially, I guess, fall. I guess that's where you would start to. Is that a good thing or a bad thing then if you're Philly and 2 quarterbacks are still lingering out there past the 4th pick? Because you know that Cincinnati's not taking one. You would imagine that Miami's not going to take one.
You could see a trade up possibly. The Patriots would be a team that really might look to upgrade from Cam Newton and Jarrett Stidham, and I don't know.
I think that everybody keeps pointing. And then Denver at 9. If there's a quarterback on the board for Denver, do they take one?
I think that certainly becomes a possibility and a scenario that becomes increasingly likely. They really need to land that quarterback. They need to get that right.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on Drew Lock at all. I initially was, but he really has not been able to put it together or find any sort of consistency with good pieces around him.
I feel like we could get a couple of real tasty IPAs and just sit around outside on an April Saturday afternoon and throw every scenario of the book at each other, man. I love this kind of conversation.
Yeah, me too, man. And maybe we can make that happen one of these days.
Soon enough, Andrew DeCecco, the draft will be here And he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. He's back tomorrow. We're going to look at his Eagles-only mock draft and more draft fastballs I'll throw at him. Maybe a change up here, a little curveball. And Andrew will answer all my questions coming up on Football at 4. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right. He, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Andrew DeCecco here on the Sports Bash. Always love talking draft with him. I literally feel like we could just throw draft questions back and forth at each other and just go, how about this scenario? What about that scenario? I know he loves it. If he could pick something to do other than what he's doing right now, no, I think he'd rather be in a front office and scout talent. I mean, that's the guy who loves Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, small colleges, finding the uncovered gems. He really should be a draft analyst is what he should do in life. Shouldn't be working with me. Right? You agree? I saw people tweeting at him the other day. Love your segments on the Sports Bash. Great draft knowledge. The guy's a wealth of draft knowledge. Fantastic. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up at 4:40. The Flyer season's done. So now what? Durso joins me in 18 minutes to discuss. Hey, Sports Bash with you here on a Wednesday. You know, I woke up this morning, I said to my girlfriend, I feel like it should be Friday. Anybody else feel that way? Like, it's only freaking Wednesday. My God, this week is crawling. We had 3 games last night. The channel was flipping all over the place. By the way, I got to check out that poll question at Mike Gill Show. By the way, tomorrow, Lane Johnson of the Eagles joins me. And that will be at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So if you want to hear what Lane Johnson has to say about the 2021 season, set your alarm, 5 o'clock tomorrow. All right, poll question. Last night we had Phillies, Sixers, Flyers, and the NFL Draft Special, all playing at the same time. You have one TV and no remote. What's on your TV? 41% Sixers, 38.5 Phillies, 16.7 Draft Special, and 3.8 Flyers. So tonight you have Phillies only, and I think actually that game's is on right now, right? Phillies are on now. Josh, Phillies game on? Who's pitching? It's Nola versus Peterson, right? Over there. Got the TV not on, not paying attention. No one's paying attention to me today. Phillies game. We're all out of whack. By the way, Josh sent me the stat. Remember I blanked out on something? Now I remember what it was. Joel Embiid leads the NBA in free throw attempts with 11.8 free throws per game. That's what I wanted to ask Hudrick about, and I totally blanked on it. But I wanted to ask him about the significance of that. He went to the line 20 times last night. I mean, monstrous. He says he wants to be a 90% free throw shooter. If Embiid, it's like that commercial. You need Embiid. Indeed, you do. I mean, how much of a beast would it be if Embiid gets to the line and he can get to the line, say, he gets to the line 11 times per game, he can up that to 15. And you're like, 15? It's only 4 more trips to the line. I mean, they just keep feeding him the ball down there. And you got guys like Semi Ojeleye defending you. He should get to the line 20 times. By the way, this is unbelievable. So last night, I'm laying in bed and I'm watching. At this point of the night, what was I watching? I think the Phillies game was in the 9th inning. And they started to get a little rally going against Familia was in the game. That was like the story the whole time. Familia, were they going to go to him? Are they going to go to him? I guess he had struggled a lot in spring training, and they kept going to other guys last night, and they finally went to Familia late in the game. So I'm watching that game, and I'm kind of, doing prep work for the show today. So my routine of, like, doing the show is when I get home from here, I'll eat dinner, and then I start to put the show together for the next day. And I'll do that for about 2 hours. I'll scan the internet. I'll scan everything. I start to put together all the different stories that I'm kind of interested in that I want to talk about. I'm watching the games. I'll take about an hour break. And then around 11 o'clock, 11:30, I'll do one more kind of look to see if there's anything that I missed. So last night, as I'm doing this, it's about 11:15, I see this story. Jim Schwartz returning to coach. And I said, that's kind of interesting. Remember, Jim Schwartz stepped away from the Eagles and said he was stepping away from football? Well, that lasted about 3 months because Jim Schwartz is back. Now he's in an undefined role with the Tennessee Titans. But does that suggest to you that Schwartz was essentially going to be fired? And his way of kind of saying, I don't want to be fired is, I'll just say that I'm kind of stepping away from the game. So little did I know. So it's about 11:15, and I said, you know what? That's an interesting story. Schwartz had retired, and now he's going to come back. By the way, Alec Boehm just went yard. Little yard work. That was the most beautiful swing. Did you see that swing? Holy moly. Alec Boehm's my favorite player right now for the Eagles. Phillies. 4-0. Phils. So I said, Schwartz, this is an interesting story. Schwartz decides that he's going to leave the Eagles and leave football. And then he's going to stay away from the game. Well, now he's back. And I know people, I've been looking at the comments on all the social media sites, you can have him. You're going to have the worst defense in football. He's not their defensive coordinator, knuckleheads. He's just like a consultant for whatever thing. But little did I know that Jim Schwartz was such a lightning rod. I looked at that story today on our website, and I said, do you know that over 12,000 people read that story? I said it was Jim Schwartz we're talking about. Jim Schwartz! 12,000 people cared enough about Jim Schwartz's next job. And I was like, what the? I mean, it just shows the passion of the Eagle fan out there, that this guy was a guy they hated. So, like, if I wrote a story about when Howie Roseman essentially, whenever his run here is over, and then he gets his next job, I can't even imagine what that story is going to look like. Howie Roseman gets hired by a new team. I mean, this story has 12,000 people who have read this story. And it's about Jim Schwartz, for God's sakes. You Eagles fans are second to none. Second to none. You're tremendous. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. My girlfriend's there snoozing away, and I'm here on my phone writing this story about Jim Schwartz thinking, let the people know Jim Schwartz got a new job. Anthony Miller, somebody texting and is on the trading block. I did see that. Should the Eagles be interested? I meant to bring that up to DeCecco. Probably will tomorrow. Should the Eagles be interested? I mean, the contract says they should be, right? The contract says they should be. I think he's making like $1 million. I don't think he gets paid all that much. The problem is, I don't know that he's much better than what you have. I know everybody's better than what you have, right? Anybody who's not on your team is better than you guys. Like, I keep getting these people on Twitter talking about Justin Jefferson, the Eagles passed on Jefferson. And I got news for you. I got a feeling that if Justin Jefferson played for the Eagles, you would be complaining that you didn't get Rieger. That's essentially what would happen. If you took Jefferson, you'd complain that you didn't end up with Rieger, because Jefferson would be here and probably stink, and Rieger would be with Minnesota and probably would have lit it up. But Anthony Miller, he doesn't do much for me. I mean, the guy had 500 yards last year. He's a possession guy. And I mean, yeah, if you say I can get him for a song, 7th round, 6th round pick, I get it. He was a 2nd round pick not too long ago, but he doesn't do much for me. His best season was 2 years ago. He had 656 yards and 2 touchdowns. I can get that from Travis Fulgham if I put my mind to it. I can get that from Jalen Reagor, for God's sakes. Sadly, that might be all you're getting from Jalen Reagor. No, I'm not writing off Reagor yet. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. But to answer your question, if Anthony Miller's on the trade block and you want to take him for a 6th round pick, fine. I'm okay with that. But it's not pushing my pile. I'm not leading my show tomorrow with the Eagles landing Anthony Miller if that happens. I'm leading it with Alec Boehm, telling all the analytics and all the exit velos and all the launch angles to go pound sand. Alec Boehm's my favorite player in baseball right now. He's great. He's definitely my favorite Philly. I can tell you that much. Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. That was awful. Whatever I tried to do there was not good. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan. Can you tell I just had my coffee? I haven't drank coffee at this hour in about a month and a half. Did you notice that? It's the first time I've had coffee in about 2 months. Well, no, I have not drank coffee in the building in about 2 months. Nope, no, I have not. It's the first time I've had coffee in probably about a month and a half. It's getting me pretty good right now. Oh, I'm fired up. Brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan's open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot, online at mattblattnissan.com. I was at Home Depot yesterday morning at about 8:30. 8:30 yesterday morning, I was at the Home Depot. My shirt. Steel toe. Yep. He had flannel shirt on and jeans, and here I come rolling out, and I have flip-flops and shorts on. Do you think I looked out of place at Home Depot at 8:30 in the morning when everybody's pulling in to start their day? Now, they're probably pulling out because they've been there since 6:30. But I noticed this. Everybody's walking around on the phone. No one's actually buying anything or doing anything. They're just walking around on the phone, looking up and down every aisle. I'm telling you, people just love to go there and converse. All right, we're back with Durso coming up. All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, Watch the show live at 973ESPN.com. And if you're watching the show live right now, you'll see our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso. And no, that's not taps you hear in the background, but it very well should be, as the Flyers season, which was on life support, probably just about ended last night. Kevin Durso, would you agree with the dream of the Flyers playoff berth in the 2021 season probably ending last night?
No, I would actually say it ended a week ago in Buffalo, actually. I mean,
well, very good.
I wrote it then. I thought that once you lost to Buffalo 6-1, which really told you the whole story of the season, that realistically your season was over then. And, you know, quite frankly, they gave a couple of good efforts that kept it going for a little bit. They got a point out of the game in New York against the Islanders. They beat Boston in overtime, which is only half good, I would say, you know, and they really needed the regulation win there. And quite frankly, you were in a position to make this interesting, to maybe make me eat my words a little bit when I thought it was over against Buffalo. If they would have won in regulation last night, I think you got something there and you can still talk about it. But no, I think it's over.
I agree with you there. I mean, they get the win. I said you had to get a regulation win. That's what I said yesterday. You can't get an overtime win. It needed to be a regulation win to give you a shot to play the Islanders Thursday, and then you had Boston Saturday, Buffalo Sunday. We'll get into the trade deadline. Next week's brutal. You got the Penguins twice, the Capitals, the Islanders. I mean, even if they made it to the trade deadline, that schedule next week could have reburied them again. But I think we're both on the same page, Durso, that they are not making the playoffs this year. So Monday, what happens?
It's really tough to say right now. There's still not much of a landscape for what the trade deadline is going to look like from any point. About the only thing I've got for you is that there's two names out there that are being dangled as trade bait right now, which kind of can get the market going a little bit. It's not in the Flyers case at all, but Kyle Palmieri has sat out a game for New Jersey as a precautionary measure, and his agent basically confirmed they're looking at trade offers at this point, so he'll get traded. And Taylor Hall was sat out of a game for Buffalo, so he'll probably get traded. And maybe those big names can start to get some things moving. There's not a lot out there for the Flyers to do at the deadline at the moment. A name I would definitely look into exploring the possibilities with, though, is Scott Lawton. He's got a very friendly contract for any team that would want to take him, $2.3 million cap hit. He's on an expiring contract. He's the type of player that teams love to have for a playoff push because he fits that bottom six grinder type role. And, you know, if you put him on a team, and a good fit for him would probably be a team like Toronto. If you put him on Toronto that has Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, John Tavares, William Nylander, these guys of talent who can produce like that, he becomes such a secondary key depth player for that team, and it helps for a playoff push. And I think that the Flyers could actually do pretty well in making him available and trying to get something for him, because I think players like that become more valuable at the deadline for the teams that know they've got a shot. And this year is so weird in terms of possibilities for the teams that will make the playoffs that I think that he would be a fit for anybody out there who has a shot at the playoffs, especially if they think that this is the best shot they have to win a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, all right. So Lawton would be a guy that teams would be calling the Flyers for, right?
Absolutely, I think so. And I do think actually the team that I mentioned, Toronto, I think would have something to say about that. I think they would be involved in this for sure.
Okay, what about Nolan Patrick? Is he a guy that is young? He was the second pick in the draft. It doesn't seem that it's working out for him. Now, I don't know. He's 22 years old. Do the Flyers look at him differently and say, hey, once he gets a full – I mean, he has had so much wonkiness, but is there a better environment for him that maybe they feel like they can get something?
I don't know if they feel like they can get something for him. I can tell you that they fielded calls for him. When he got benched for a game there and things like that, they've taken calls. I mean, there's people who are asking what's the deal with him, and the problem is exactly what you said. He's 22, so the age is the real question here, because do you want to give up on that this early in his career? Now, he's had as trying a career as you can have for 4 seasons at this point. He missed an entire year, had 2 seasons of subpar offensive performance when you consider where he was drafted. And I'm wondering if a change of scenery is what he needs at some point. I don't know if it's going to come at the trade deadline. I don't think anybody's out there looking at him as he plays and thinking he's worth all that much. So I don't know if the Flyers would do any better if they just tried to trade him to get anything back, or if they just let him go at the end of the year, because he is on an expiring contract as well, and they don't have to qualify him an offer if they don't want to. That's really the big question with him, is do you get to the point where this early in the whole process, only 4 years out from his draft year, that you say, that's it, we give up and you move on, or do you keep trying with him? I just don't see anything from him that truly stands out in the game. That's the problem. I just don't see him standing out like a player who was drafted as high as he was should. And even if he wasn't doing tremendously, let's say, like he doesn't have to be a top line performer, but you're just looking for something in a third line role potentially, and even then he doesn't stand out. So that's really the challenging part for trying to find a suitor for him if you were going to go that direction, is that I think everybody else can kind of see the same thing and doesn't see anything that stands out, and that makes it hard to trade a guy. And I just wonder if he needs to change of scenery, he needs to start over, and maybe that's the best thing for both sides.
Right. I mean, and people forget, I mean, you hear that he was the number 2 pick, and I guess that kind of bothers people when you're drafted that high. That was a kind of a weaker draft. And I mean, you got lucky to get that number 2 pick. Unfortunately, you got the number 2 pick in a year where there was really not a franchise altering one player, let alone a 2 player.
Well, I don't know if it's that per se, because I think I look at the 2 guys who went behind Patrick, or actually 3 guys who went behind him, and I think those are guys who could be really helpful to this team right now. I mean, Miro Heiskanen is a top defenseman for Dallas. Cale Makar is outstanding for Colorado, and then Elias Pettersson in Vancouver, and all 3 of them have turned out to have better careers so far than Patrick has. You could argue that they even challenged the top pick, Nico Hischier, in that regard, because Hischier's been hurt a lot too. So it was a weak draft, but there were other players there for the taking. And in hindsight, it looks like the Flyers took a risk on a guy who had an injury history, and maybe the gamble hasn't paid off. And that's why I'm thinking maybe just a change of scenery is what's best for both guys. Maybe a change of scenery for a lot of people could be a better thing for that, because there's so many guys who have been here for so long, and you're wondering how much longer you can go this route before you have to make some real changes here.
Okay. I know we talked about a couple guys that are likely or possible trade candidates. What about the big guns? Giroux has the no trade. Voracek can't move. Kevin Hayes, that contract, brutal. Anybody else? Because we talked about it a little bit last week. It might be time to finally say we got to do a shakeup at the top part of this team.
It's tough to say if there's anybody else that they can really move. I mean, James Van Riemsdyk's having a decent year. He's kind of cooled off, though, and probably at the wrong time if the Flyers were going to try to move him and his contract. Hayes, you're stuck with not just because of the contract, but there's a no move in that one as well. So that's the challenging part there. I mean, I can't see this team trying to shake things up by moving Sean Couturier. He's your most valuable forward, and he's the type of guy at his age and his experience level. He's the type of guy you probably would try to build around moving forward. So I don't see them doing that. So I really don't know who they could trade to shake things up. I mean, about the only thing I can think of is you could, and again, another guy who got sat down for a game that maybe drew some attention from teams out there, Travis Konechny, but I don't think the team wants to move on from him at his age either. So that's the challenge you're facing. And this is where, I think it's a benefit to the Flyers that they didn't win that game last night, because the longer it would have drug on, then you might have gone through the deadline process without making a decision on where the season is going. If, I just told you, I said it was over when they lost to Buffalo. That was a week ago, and I was already writing it off. Now I think you can write it off, but if it took another week to figure that out, imagine what would have happened if they would have won that game. You would have gone through the deadline and maybe made a move you regret. So now I think you can at least move forward with some focus, and this is where Chuck Fletcher steps in and tries to do his job to the best of his abilities and make this team really his own. This is not really his team. He's made a couple of moves that impact it, but even one of the guys he brought in is already gone in Matt Niskanen, and the rest of these guys don't have his fingerprints all over it when it comes to acquiring the talent. So maybe this is where he steps up and tries to make this team his. I'm not sure how he's going to do that in the early going. I think the offseason is going to be the place to do things, and I believe that there will be a significant move made at some point down the road. But really the challenge, and I would say this is the biggest thing that the Flyers can do moving forward for the rest of not just this season at the deadline, but going into next season as well throughout the offseason. Your goal is to get another defenseman who can play alongside Ivan Provorov. You've got to find that guy, because I think that everybody right now, the thing that separates this team a year ago from where they are now is last year you saw this team collectively buy in to the whole system, the whole process. Everybody worked together as a unit, and right now I think you see a bunch of guys out there trying to play an individual game, and that doesn't work. And I think that lack of stability from the back end is really what causes it. You see forwards getting lost in the coverages and out of position. I think that that's really what they need to do, is start building some defensive stability by finding that guy who can fit alongside of Ivan Provorov next season. I don't know if you can get him this year. I mean, Ryan Ellis is a guy who I would try to target with everything possible, but if you can't get him and you have to wait until the offseason to make a move, That's got to be your top priority, is getting another defenseman who plays top pairing minutes, who can play alongside Ivan Provorov and solidify that defensive core.
Hey, last week there was a report that the Flyers kicking the tires on goaltenders. Bernier was one that we brought up. Would that be something that they might do on Monday, or is that now, because of this basically imploding in their face the last week here, would that be off the table?
I haven't heard anything more on that. I think that that's slowly starting to fade away because of the fact that now, at least I think you've seen shades of what Carter Hart was before his little break here, and he's gotten a little bit better in terms of his confidence. He seems like he's doing a lot of things better than he was throughout the month of March. Still not perfect, but I think you at least can either let him treat this rest of the season kind of the way a preseason would be, where you're not looking for game results, but you're looking for individual results. And I thought he played a really good game against the Islanders. He played an okay game against Boston last night. Had one he should have had for sure. And
yes,
the other two, you know, it's hard to stop the 2-on-1 shorthanded with Marchand coming in. Marchand put a good move on him and opened him up. And the power play goal, not the power play goal. Bergeron's first was a rebound off of a tough deflection, so not an easy one to control when it comes to rebounds. But otherwise, I think you've got to build on what he's got. And if worse comes to worse and you need to do the reset thing with him again or give him more practice time, then just use Alex Lyon at this point, because he can get some good experience in. You can flip-flop him back and forth between the minors and the NHL level if you want to, and see what he has at that level, and just give him a shot to maybe expose himself a little bit and give himself some positive exposure if he can play well. But otherwise, I don't think there's any reason to go out and get somebody else and trade away an asset that you could use to get, like I said, that top pairing defenseman type. I wouldn't waste an asset on a goaltender for the rest of this season when it's not going anywhere.
We got about 30 seconds. Kevin Durso covers the Flyers. Do you anticipate that Chuck Fletcher will be busy on Monday?
I wouldn't say busy completely, because I think busy would, to some people, would be 2 or 3 moves, but I think a move will be made on Monday, yes.
All right, there you go. And the Flyers, by the way, back in action tomorrow night against the Islanders. Saturday, Boston, Buffalo, Sunday. What if they go 3-0 in these games?
Well, if they go 3-0 in these games, and Boston's playing Washington tomorrow night, by the way, so that factors in as well. But that might, I don't know if it would change a whole lot, but it would make people think again. I saw a lot of people on Twitter saying, "Oh, look, they're reeling us back in with the way that game was going through 2 periods last night, and it didn't finish that way, and might be for the best that it didn't, because it really shows what they are."
Real quick, 40 seconds. You're allowed 3,800 in that building. How many are actually there?
Oh, based on what I saw last night, it might have been half of that, and there was a decent number of Boston fans there too. So it wasn't looking good. I can tell you that it's not looking good. There was definitely a lot more people, I think, willing to check out the Phillies across the street than they were to come and watch the Flyers right now.
All right, there he is, Kevin Durso. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. Trade deadline Monday. He will be with us certainly that day. And if the Flyers make moves beforehand, at Kevin_Durso. He's the best. Take care, Kev.
Thanks, Mike. Take care.
All right, coming up next hour, Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports talks NFL. Teacher, Teacher, Teacher. Enter it now on our website, 973ESPN.com, or use the free mobile app. Sports Bash Cash brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. For all your lending needs, get the next Sports Bash Cash code word at 555. All right, final hour of the show, but I feel like we're flying by on a Wednesday. This hour of the show, the Sports Bash, it's brought to you by my friends over at DraftKings. You know, the DraftKings Sportsbook app is perfect for this weekend. The golfers are in Augusta. They're competing for the coveted jacket, and DraftKings, America's top-rated sports app, is putting you in the center of the action. It gives you a real shot to land in the green. This week, DraftKings is giving you 100-1 odds on the golfer of your choice to finish in the top 10. Now, if you listened earlier in the show, we had Cam Rogers on, and he gave you a bunch of golfers that he thinks could finish in the top 10. So go back and listen to that interview, and then download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use my code 973 and turn $1 into $100 for a limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey customers only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Speaking of which, so anybody have an Android phone? I'm an Android guy. I have an Android phone. And I typically have no problems with the phone. Anybody out there that had an Android phone about 2 weeks ago have all sorts of problem with like the Google search bar and all your apps? Where all your apps, like when you open them, they would like basically crash, had to uninstall every app and then reinstall. You would try to do a Google search on your phone and you couldn't type in the search bar. Did anybody have that problem? Because I had that problem. And apparently Google had a problem for the day. So I went to Verizon to try to ask questions about the phone. And the guy said, I think you're having a Google problem. You have insurance on your phone. I'll get you a new phone. They send me a new phone. It's the same exact phone. But it's not the same exact phone. It's all different. The phone's different. And the problem I'm having now is they have this social switch. So when you switch the phone information from your one phone, your old phone, to your new phone, you just like put them on top of each other, right? If you had this happen to you, text me 609-403-0973. So here's the problem. They switched all my information over, phone numbers, pictures, contacts, yada, 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 apps, everything was supposed to go from the old phone over to the new phone. And it's one of those things. They just sit them on top of each other. I don't know how the hell it does it, but it just sucks all the information out of one phone or the other. It kind of freaks me out, to be honest, that can actually happen. So here it goes. And I have a moral to this story, by the way, that has to do with DraftKings. So I'm going through the phone, and I got all these people's phone numbers that are no longer in my phone. I said, like the other day, who was on who was on the show? Oh, Adam Kaplan was on Monday, and he was talking with the trade. The trade happened. Darnold goes to Carolina, and I said, a member of the Carolina Panthers called me today. I should have answered the phone. The problem was his number was no longer saved in my phone because when it transferred over, for whatever reason, that number wasn't saved. So I have all these people's numbers, don't have a name attached to them. So I'm sorry if I say to you, hey, who is this? Because I'm that guy who says, sorry, I got a new phone. I don't know who you are. But so I have my apps very intricately set up on my phone. Okay. I have rhyme and reason to the way I set up the apps on my phone. They're all set up in a very specific way. Like on one page, I have all the hotel apps. You know, if I'm going to go to a hotel, I have hotels.com, booking. I like Hotels Tonight. They should pay me for this. I'll give them a whole plug. I love Hotels Tonight. They're my favorite app to use when I'm looking for a hotel. But I have them all in one area. Then in another area, I have like ESPN, CBS Sports, the whole sports layers. So boom. So there's a couple of these apps that are missing on my phone. And I'm like, what apps were in these random spots that have holes? All the apps are mapped out in the same formation that they were on my old phone, which I had to mail back to them. All right. Had to send it back. They sent me something. You had to put the thing in and then mail it back. But all my apps on the old phone, they're in the same configuration on the new phone. But I don't remember. And I'm like, wait, there's one here that's missing. There's one there that's missing. And you know what it is? I figured it out. It's all the betting apps. DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM. These are all apps that I have on my phone. And I'm like, what the hell happened to these apps? You know what other app didn't transfer over? The scanning app. You ever go to the store and you scan stuff to see if the price, because I have an app that you scan the barcode. Josh, you'll like this. You scan the barcode. No, this one here, it's a shopping scanner. So you scan the barcode and then you hit the button to search, and it'll search your area to find out how much that item costs within a certain circumference of where you are. So you can find out if you are at the place that has the cheapest thing. And you can also search on the web. So you could say, find items near me, and it'll kind of like, you could set the radius of how far you want it to look. Or you could say, find this item on the web, and it'll tell you if it's cheaper than the place that you're actually standing in. That got sucked out of my phone. Like, what the heck is going on here? Joe McCluskey is watching on YouTube. Says, yes, my wife's phone did that. I looked it up on YouTube, and it told me how to reset the latest update. Problem fixed. Joe, you know what's funny? I did the same. One night, it's funny because I'm on my phone, but I couldn't search. I couldn't use the Google to search. So I had to go to my laptop. I went through all of these different things that they told me to do and how to reset to the latest update, and I could not get it to work. I could not get it to work. I brought it to the Verizon store the next day, and he couldn't get it to work either. And he just said, I'll get you a new phone. So now I got the new phone. Go to Google Play and update your apps. I did that. I was one of the, you know what's weird too? Like I have a Google Note 8, Galaxy 8, something like that. I'm not a big phone guy. I don't care. I don't need some fancy smancy phone. You know, I watch TV on there, so I like a decent sized screen. You know what I like? I like the S Pen. I do use the pen a lot on my phone. Anybody use the pen on their phone a lot? I use that pen. It's for those of you watching the video, I'll show you like the little pen down here. You pop the pen and it comes out, and then you can write on the screen. I use that pen a lot. So that's one of the things that I need in the phone. That's why I don't like to upgrade my phone all that much. So I've had this same phone for a while, but so it's not like I like need, but when I was going on YouTube to try to tell me what to do, it would say, hit this, go to here. And my options weren't matching what they were telling me to do on YouTube. I said, this isn't, you tell me to do this and it's not even, it drove me nuts. So I got the phone. I took it to Verizon, and the girl switched all my stuff over for me. And she said, you know, oh, it should be good. And then I said, there's apps missing here. And I finally figured it out what app it was. DraftKings. That's the one. I said, what app was in this spot right here? But you know what's driving me nuts? I don't know any of the passwords. Nothing. The phone's useless now. I don't know any passwords. The best part about it is I'm supposed to be on all these meetings at work. Like we use the Teams app. I can't get on Teams. I don't know the password. I can't figure it out. They won't let me hit. I forgot password. Can't get on there. None of my apps work. I can't get into my fantasy baseball team. I can't get into ESPN fantasy basketball that I do. Can't get into that. Can't remember any password. So this phone is essentially useless to me. So I'm literally at the point now where I'd like to have my own phone back, because after all this kept happening, the phone worked. I only had the problem the one day. So apparently, from what the people at the Verizon store said, was Google had a major problem about 2 weeks ago. So anybody out there with the Android is probably like, oh, yeah, I remember that day. And now your phone probably works fine. My phone didn't have any problem. I don't need this new phone. You can take it back. Anybody want my new phone? Take it from me. I'll take the old cracked one back. Yeah. Joe's chiming back in. Actually undid the latest update, and Comcast couldn't fix mine either. And I said I was the fourth person that day with the same issue. Yeah, I got there really early in the morning, so I must have beat everybody to it because I figured I'll get there early. The guy will fix it. Boom, I'll be out. Mike, your Android system web view needs to be updated. You know what I might do? I might get the old phone back. Now that you're saying all this, I might get my old phone back because I missed that guy. He's got everything I need. I didn't wipe it clean yet. By the way, breaking news, the Eagles are signing former Vikings linebacker Eric Wilson. That's actually a pretty interesting deal right there. Mike Garafolo. The Eagles are signing former Eagles linebacker Eric Wilson, 1 year, $3.25 million, 122 tackles, 3 interceptions last year. That's a good signing. It's a linebacker. How about that? Take that and they won't sign linebackers, pipe and smoke it. So the Eagles are getting 2 Minnesota Viking defensive players, which didn't go so well if it was last year because their defense stunk. But Eric Wilson's he's certainly not going to be a Pro Bowler by any stretch of the like Anthony Harris was a legit player. Eric Wilson is he's a player. I'm pretty surprised that he was still available out there, to be honest with you. 25 years old. He's one of those, he's 6'1", 230, one of those guys who can defend and rush. Pretty good. I got to be honest, pretty good signing. What did I say earlier in the show? The Eagles at this point in 2017, they went and got guys like Patrick Robinson. You didn't think much of that signing? He was the best slot corner in football that year. Maybe the most important player that you signed. They went out and got Chris Long. Turned out to be one of the best situational pass rushers in football that year. And they went out and got LeGarrette Blount. LeGarrette Blount turned into be that running back, that hammer, that guy that you did not have. And now they went out and got Anthony Harris. I'm pretty surprised here. Eric Wilson's a player. Eric Wilson can play. Eric Wilson's a guy that can actually play. Here's a guy in Minnesota. He started all 16 games last year, 3 sacks, 3 interceptions. So, again, can do it in pass coverage, can rush the quarterback. So the Eagles, all right, this is interesting. By the way, Nate Sudfeld signed with San Francisco. So Sudfeld goes to San Francisco. And he's out. So that's the Sudfeld the Sudfeld era in Philadelphia is over. Sudfeld had been here since 2017. He was with the Super Bowl team. People kind of don't remember that, but he was actually here. So Wilson gets a 1-year deal, had 122 tackles, 3 interceptions, but keep in mind he had 3 sacks and 3 picks. This is a guy that can blitz, rush the passer, drop back into coverage. I think him and Alex Singletary are going to be a decent pairing. I think that wipes Micah Parsons off your list. Not that he's all right, unless they say Wilson and Parsons could be a nice tandem. That could be a possibility, right? If they say we want to upgrade Alex Singleton and play him with Micah Parsons, that might be a possibility. But that's definitely an upgrade. I like that deal. 609-403-0973. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports is going to join us. He covers the NFL. He'll be joining us here in just a few minutes, actually. Alec Boehm, by the way, with a big home run today. The Phillies leading the Mets 4-1. We'll keep you up to date on what's happening there. So a little breaking Eagles news for you. Hey, look, you remember, again, going back to that team in 2017, and this team, I'm telling you, is not winning the Super Bowl. I'd be shocked if they did. But remember, I have been telling you, right? I have been telling you that I would not be shocked if this team was able to make the playoffs. And it's signings like this that you look back at and say, it's a nice little piece on your defense. All right, Jeff Kerr coming up. We'll talk football from CBS Sports. We'll go all around the league. We'll go around the Eagles. Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan, the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan, open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Next to Home Depot, online, mattblattnissan.com. NFL writer Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports joins me. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Don't go away. All right, Sports Best Live 97.3 ESPN. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports going to talk a little Eagles and NFL with us. The Eagles have signed linebacker Eric Wilson. 64 career games, 210 tackles, 121 of them last year. 18 for loss. He plays both pass and can blitz. 3 interceptions last season. Also 3 sacks last year. He has 8 sacks in his career. Good size, good speed. He's a guy at 6'1", 230, went undrafted out of Cincinnati back in 2017. And I would imagine he will be the guy that will play. I would imagine he has a starting role on this team. He had a career high 62 total tackles last year. Now, here's the situation. Essentially, they were capped out and could not bring Wilson back. And it's a situation where if they could, they probably would be bringing him back. But they don't because of the cap situation there. So that's what the Eagles end up doing today. So the Eagles, by the way, also have just re-signed running back Jordan Howard. So they're going to bring back Jordan Howard. They brought in Eric Wilson and Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Almost perfect timing, Jeff. What's going on, man?
Hey, Mike, how's it going? Yeah, I just see they signed Eric Wilson. Now they got Jordan Howard. It's busy free agent day for the Eagles.
Well, it's funny. I was just talking about this earlier today that a couple of years ago, they signed Chris Long, Patrick Robinson, LeGarrette Blount. They brought those guys in right about this time a couple of years ago. They were really quiet in free agency. Not that this team like Jordan Howard and Eric Wilson are going to be the guys that lead them to a Super Bowl, but it seems like they're following a similar blueprint to that offseason. They were pretty quiet in that free agency, and then late they brought in a couple of veterans, and that kind of springboarded them. These are Eric Wilson's a guy who could play.
Yeah, I agree. And Eric Wilson, to me, he's going to be the starting Mike for this team. And, having him and Alex Singleton, compared to what they tend to do, I keep thinking Jim Schwartz, even though he's not here anymore, but if they can think of the trend of 2 linebackers on the field, Eric Wilson and Alex Singleton, that's a pretty solid linebacking core, especially since Wilson is a veteran in Jonathan Gannon's team.
Yeah, I know that Gannon, everybody kind of wants to know what he's going, what kind of scheme he's going to bring to the table. They brought in Anthony Harris, a guy who, look, he was a pretty good player. I think a lot of this was the Vikings pass rush was pretty bad. That hurt Harris. It also allowed Wilson to rack up a lot of tackles last year, but those were 2 players, especially Harris, that had played really well in previous incarnations of the Vikings defense. So they got 2 guys, I think, at below market value. Would you agree, in Harris and Wilson?
Yeah, I can't believe he actually was still on the market. I kind of forgot he was a free agent because he had a solid year for the Vikings last year. And I know they're like Eagles. They've been kind of strapped with the salary cap and what they've been able to do. But I thought for sure he'd be one of the guys they brought back, especially how productive he was since he became a starter in Minnesota. I guess, it was just time to move on. Or, maybe the Eagles and him were in contact and it was like, okay, let's just wait for the second wave here. But it seems like this is a prove-it deal for Eric Wilson. But, $3.5 million, that's pretty good money for a guy at this stage of free agency.
Yeah, I agree. Jeff Kerr is with us. CBS Sports covers the NFL. They also bring back Jordan Howard, who they brought last year late in. So I guess they say, hey, there's that bigger running back that can kind of get those between the tackle yards for us. But we all have to agree, Jeff, that the big move, not big move, but they still need to find an outside corner. So you wonder if that's the move that they trade it back to 12 and feel comfortable that there will be a guy for them at 12. Is that your mindset when you look at that team at 12 on April 29th?
Outside of Patrick Surtain, I'm pretty certain J.C. Horn and Caleb Farley and all those guys are going to be there at 12 just based on how the draft board's doing. And look, I'm sure you're like me, Mike. You do a bunch of mock draft simulators and you try to feel what team needs are in the NFL. But even when I just do one by myself, I'm like, well, okay, maybe Surtain goes to Dallas. But besides that, there's a really good chance he could be with the Eagles at 12 because you never know what Dallas is going to do. They could draft an offensive lineman, like Christian Barisal or someone like that. But yeah, if the Eagles go cornerback, I wouldn't be against that. Now that I'm hearing that they're looking at the LSU wide receiver, Terrence Marshall, that would be nice if they could actually trade one of those 3rd round picks and trade that second and move up. That's a pretty good haul for one draft.
It really is. If you could get Horn in that spot and then that 2nd round, you're taking a look at one of those wide receivers. Now, at number 12, Are you fixated on the defensive side of the ball if you're Howie Roseman?
To me, this is where I would go defense if I was Howie Roseman. If two guys are on the board, one, I really do like J.C. Horn. I think he's going to be a very solid cornerback in this league. I think Surtain would be my number one choice, obviously, but I think he'll be off by then. But if Micah Parsons is sitting there at 12, and I know the Eagles just signed a linebacker, and they probably will only play two guys, but how do you ignore Micah Parsons at number 12? And I know the Eagles never draft linebackers in the first round. They haven't done since 1979, but man, they're going to have pickings there. It all depends what you really want to do. Do you draft the best player available in Parsons, or do you draft the need in a J.C. Horn? But here's the other problem, Mike. What if Devonta Smith or Jalen Waddle were there? I like both of them, but everybody I talk to about Jalen Waddle, they keep seeing Tyreek killing him, and that's hard to ignore, especially when you got a young quarterback like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I know. And, Jeff, when they had 6 initially, my thought was they need an impact player on that defensive side of the ball in the worst way. I can't name – Malcolm Jenkins was an excellent player, but I wouldn't say he was an impact player, but he was so versatile. But I mean impact, meaning we can't figure out what to do with this guy. We can't block him. We don't know what to do. We got to double him. They haven't had that guy. You're going back to like Reggie White, essentially, like finding an impact player who just wrecks havoc. So I was kind of like, if Parsons is there at 6, he's that kind of guy. Now at 12, if he's there, it's hard to deny that, but I don't know. Do you anticipate that he is available to them at 12?
I think he will be there, but here's the problem. I think the Giants really love him at 11, and he is a perfect fit in Patrick Graham's scheme. Now, do the Giants need Micah Parsons? No, but if he's the best player on the board, you got to think you're going to take him. But the Giants do need help on the offensive line, too, and if Darrishaw's there, if Rashawn Slater's there, I think they would go to that, but Joe Judge really likes defense. Patrick Graham, I think Micah Parsons could be Defensive Rookie of the Year with Patrick Graham. That's how good I think he's going to be. As someone who's watched Micah Parsons as Penn State grad the last couple of years, it's amazing the impact he had. And going back to your last time they've had an impact player, besides Fletcher Cox in those couple of years from 2014 to 2018, I don't think the Eagles have had an impact player like that since Brian Dawkins or Jeremiah Trotter.
There you go. Yeah, those are the guys when Trotter was here, the linebacking position was different. Parsons is one of those guys that can kind of do it all. He can, go back in coverage. He can, rush. That's one of the things, too, is this team, they got criticized a lot over the years for not blitzing a lot. Jim Schwartz didn't blitz a lot, but I don't think they really had the personnel to blitz. They just, you have to have that innate skill to blitz. Jenkins was pretty good at it, but that's about it. They didn't have linebackers who were really good at finding that little crease, having that intuition of getting through there and wrecking havoc in the backfield. Parsons would be that kind of guy.
Yeah, and you can line him up on the edge, too. That's what's crazy about Micah Parsons. He can fit a 4-3. He can fit a 3-4. You're right, Mike. He can do it all. And I think what I really like about Micah Parsons is he has a feel for not finding the quarterback necessarily, but finding the football, whether it's teams running the ball or he just seems to have a knack for getting tackles. I feel like this is not like a Luke Kuechly type player, but an impact type player like Luke Kuechly. I feel like you remember the year that the Eagles really wanted to draft Luke Kuechly and Carolina ended up getting him. I feel like if Micah Parsons is there at 12, maybe this is finally the time the Eagles can get a guy like that.
Jeff, at number 4, it sounds like Atlanta's taking calls. Do you anticipate one of those teams that needs a quarterback, boom, moving up to 4?
I think Carolina was interested in doing that, but I also think they didn't want to pay what Atlanta was asking. One, because they're in the division, so Atlanta's going to ask for more anyway. But if you're in a bidding war, say you're New England Patriots, the Denver Broncos, the Chicago Bears, I know it takes a lot to move up from 20 to 4, but it's still possible. But if you're Denver Broncos and you're sitting here saying, oh, man, we have an opportunity here. Whether we have to give up a second-round pick, maybe a future first to move up 5 spots, I think you do that, especially when you're a team that's as loaded as Denver is. But it's going to be a bidding war for that spot. Atlanta's in the driver's seat right now. They can actually take a quarterback and just say, forget it. And, Matt Ryan's the quarterback for the next 2 years. Say, if it's Trey Lance, you can develop him a little bit. He'll still only be 22 by the time he actually becomes the full-time starting quarterback. Or you take Kyle Pitts and just call it a day because you need a tight end. Or you could just trade it. Atlanta's in the driver's seat right now. They control this entire draft, and they can just wait till a team overpays for that draft pick, kind of like what Chicago did when they jumped up 1 spot to number 2 to draft Mitchell Trubisky from the 49ers.
All right, Jeff, if they stay at 4 and pass on a quarterback, right? Now there's 3 quarterbacks off the board, 4 passes. We know 5. We're pretty sure 6. We think 7 with Goff in Detroit. You got Carolina at 8. Would they take a quarterback after just trading for Sam Darnold?
They're not ruling it out. I will say that. Carolina is not ruling out taking the quarterback at 8. And I think they would, just because you don't know what you're getting in Sam Darnold. Now, look, you traded a second-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and a sixth-round pick for this guy. You know he's going to be your starting quarterback, at least for 2021. But say you drafted Mac Jones, do you have to play him right away? No, you don't. And personally, I think now Carolina should focus on the offensive line, because Sam Darnold's going to have the same problems he had in New York, just no offensive line. And Carolina doesn't have that. But I think Joe Brady will utilize him better, because with quick passes and the more vertical routes, and he's with Robbie Anderson again, I think that'll help him. But yeah, if you're Carolina, just say there's 2 quarterbacks there, where it's Trey Lance or Mac Jones, you might be hard-pressed to take one. And Matt Rule, I mean, he's got 7 years, so it's not like he's time crunched here, or his career's on the line whether he takes quarterback or not. So I mean, it's a luxury for them at this point, but yeah, sure, why not? If a guy that you didn't think was going to be there at 8 is there.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, talking a little NFL, a little draft here. Denver's at 9. If that quarterback's at 9, does Denver just say, all right, change the plans, we're going QB?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Denver goes. There are a couple guys I like for Denver. Of course, one of them is Michael Parsons. I think he'd be an excellent fit in Denver. But yeah, if there's a quarterback at 9, I think Denver takes him no matter what. They like Drew Lock. They haven't seen enough of Drew Lock. They want a full off season with Drew Lock. But again, it's Drew Lock. It's, if you have a chance to draft Trey Lance or a Mac Jones and give him an opportunity, I think you do that. Keep in mind, Denver really wasn't interested in signing one of these free agent quarterbacks. I mean, they could have had a guy like Mitchell Trubisky if they wanted to. They could have traded for Sam Darnold, or they still could trade for Teddy Bridgewater if they want to. But John Elway doesn't seem to want to go that route. I think he's taking quarterback in the first round.
How likely or unlikely, I guess, is the question, Jeff, that Philadelphia – all right, if there's a player that's starting to fall, he's at 7, 8, 9, Philly sees him, which guy does Howie Roseman say, he's fallen, I got to get him? Because I know that New York and Dallas aren't trading with me.
I'll tell you what, I'm hoping Jamar Chase makes it past 6, because if the Dolphins somehow don't take him, which is very possible. I mean, maybe the Dolphins start thinking, oh man, Jalen Waddle, he might be better, or Devonta Smith, yeah, he fits our offense better. If Jamar Chase is there at 7 or 8, I think you're the Eagles. You might say, let's pull the trigger. Let's go get the guy we didn't think we were going to get at 6 to begin with. So, again, if they do that, they have the draft capital. I think Jamar Chase would be that guy.
All right, that's an interesting. Do you agree with me that you're not making a deal with Dallas and New York? They're not going to say, you know what, you want number 10? Come on up. We'll swap with you.
They'll never switch with that. I remember the Eagles trade with Dallas in 2007, trade out of the first round. That blew my mind. I can't believe they would get Dallas a first round. I think they drafted Anthony Spencer that year. The Cowboys did. If I remember correctly, they traded out 26. But yeah, I don't remember the Eagles and Giants doing too many draft trades. They seem to do them with Dallas a lot. They did one with them last year, actually. And Dallas got Tyler, I can never pronounce his last name, the center from Wisconsin.
Yep.
By that, yeah, I think that's how you say it. But yeah, they do a lot of draft day trades with Dallas. Maybe Dallas would be interested, but I don't know. Patrick Surtain's there at 10. I think the Cowboys just take him.
Should be interesting. We still have 3 weeks to go, but I feel like that number 4 pick is really, altering this thing. Could change a lot. I think 8 and 9 are very interesting still. Cincinnati, they always seem. We were talking about this in the 4 o'clock hour, Jeff. There always seems to be a player in the top 12 or so, 15, where you're like, whoa, I never expected that guy to go there. And I don't know what team does it, but it feels like Cincinnati has a history of being a team that you're like, what were you doing? They got Burrow last year. They have to go Penei Sewell, right?
You would think, but I wouldn't blame if they drafted Kyle Pitts here, to be honest with you, especially he's on the board at 5. But yeah, they got Joe Burrow killed last year. If you're going to throw Joe Burrow 40 to 45 times a game, you better protect him, whether it's Penei Sewell or whether it's Christian Darrisaw, but somebody. You have to draft that tackle. I feel that's the most vital part of this draft. But I don't think Cincinnati's going to draft a wide receiver at 5. I think the Jamar Chase stuff might be a smokescreen here, but who knows? They could want that impact receiver to go with him, but I don't know. I think if Kyle Pitts does somehow fall to 5, I could see him draft him, but the safe pick is always the offensive tackle, and that always seems to be the one that lasts as long as the quarterback does, at least a decade.
Okay, let me get your opinion on Philly and offensive line. I'm against taking a lineman. I feel like they got one area on this team. I get it. They've had injury issues, all sorts of injury issues last year. But if I have Lane Johnson, Brandon Brooks, Jason Kelsey, Isaac Seumalo, and either Dillard or Mailata, I feel like that's the strength of my team. So are you for or against drafting a lineman at 12?
I'll veto this one. I guess I'll plead the fifth.
You could disagree with me. That's just me. Like, I get it. They're beat up. They're getting older. They've had injuries. So I can understand it. But to me, I feel like I have to give that group another year before I start to replace them because I have so many other holes.
Well, the key is Andre Dillard. Do we really know what they have in Andre Dillard besides, a couple practice notes on Twitter? But pretty much no. Like, Andre Dillard has barely played for them. And you know what you got in Jordan Mailata, at least what you think you got in Jordan Mailata. At the very worst, he's an average offensive tackle who can only get better. So I do like Jordan Mailata. I think you can live with him as your left tackle. You know what you're getting on the right side of the line. Andre Dillard, look, they traded up again. I think you got to give him every opportunity in the world to win that job or at left tackle, or at least be that franchise left tackle, because I think he does have that potential, especially in pass protection. So no, I don't think I'd draft an offensive tackle in the first round. I kind of agree with you there, but I wouldn't blame them if they did. But what does that tell you about Jordan Mailata and Andre Dillard? You might have a bigger problem on the offensive line than you and I think that they actually do.
Yeah, I look, I don't think they might have an opinion of Dillard. I can't see how anybody could formulate one based on what has he played 4 games. One of them was at right tackle where he was an absolute disaster. I thought he handled himself decently at left tackle. Mailata, I thought he played well enough to give him a shot. Let those two battle it out and then figure out moving forward. So to me, I'm out on drafting a tackle. They need a corner in the worst way. And of course, if you can get one of those, splashy wide receivers, I'm not against that. But to me, corner is the biggest need. But do you think corner is the best available player at 12? I guess that's what they'll wrestle with.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It all depends who they feel is the best available player. If it's Micah Parsons, I say get Micah Parsons. If it's J.C. Horn, I'm not against that either. I'm not against getting a cornerback at 12. But to me, if one of those wide receivers are on the board, the Eagles never, ever draft an impact wide receiver. They always try to outsmart everybody.
They try.
Yeah, they try. And that's what I worry about. Can they evaluate talent at wide receiver? That's what the thing is. I think this regime, this Nick Sirianni regime and John Vigan, I think they can evaluate a cornerback a little bit better than the previous regime.
I would think they can evaluate, and I would think they can evaluate a wideout. Sirianni, that's his background, right?
Exactly. So, yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with this pick as long as Howie Roseman is on board with what these guys are doing. If Howie Roseman trusts his guys, that's the key. If Howie Roseman trusts his guys, I think they'll make a good pick at 12, no matter who it is.
The team, by the way, brought back Jordan Howard. They just made that signing official, and a 1-year deal with Eric Wilson, who started in Minnesota last year. 122 tackles, 3 picks, and 3 sacks last year. So he's a guy who can rush the passer up the middle, can also drop back into coverage. Good, smart signing there for Howie Roseman's bunch as they get a linebacker and they bring back Jordan Howard, who, is that goal line kind of guy, 26 years old. He's kind of that banger that can kind of give you a little bit of a break, too, in case Miles Sanders was to get banged up. So good stuff there. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. The NFL Draft is coming up, and we will continue to have it covered here. And Heli Galgas appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, that was fun, Jeff. We'll do it again soon, man.
Thanks for having me on, Mike. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Good stuff from Jeff. And he's right. He said he's going to be the starting Mike linebacker on this team, Eric Wilson. That was the quote from Jeff Kerr, who covers the league, and he knows what I said is accurate, that he had such a solid year for the Vikings last year. I said, how the heck is this guy available? Now, Josh, explain to me again why was Wilson, what was the situation with Wilson and why he has basically become available to Philadelphia here? What was the explanation that you gave on that?
So the way it works is that if you are an undrafted free agent,
yep,
all right,
which this has come up for the Eagles a couple times. Greg Ward,
yes,
Boston Scott,
also Corey Clement a couple of years ago. in order to retain the rights to negotiate, you have to give them an offer sheet. You have to tender them an offer. You have to place basically a value on them that says, I have the right to negotiate with you because I evaluate you at this. So that's why they were able to get Greg Ward to not go to free agency. He never went to free agency.
Right. He was they're called a extend. What is it? Oh man, why am I having problems today? That coffee's really got to me.
That coffee had you going 5 ways from Sunday.
Yes,
but
it's an EV free agent or extra, whatever.
Right. It's the only way you can get those players to be an exclusive negotiator.
Exclusive rights free agent.
Right.
Jeez.
They did not make Wilson an exclusive rights free agent. So he was able to go on the open market and talk to whoever he wanted. Because again, he was an undrafted free agent. If you are drafted by a team, then you could potentially be a restricted free agent. But that depends on, again, if you offer them an offer to say, I want to talk exclusively with you. If not, we just let you walk.
Yeah. So that's a bad move by Minnesota.
Well, maybe not to Minnesota, because Minnesota last year started making adjustments to their defense. They're going to be using less linebackers moving forward. So maybe they looked at Wilson and said he was expendable. Not saying it's the right decision, but maybe.
No, well, I'm saying, is this a financial thing for them?
It might be, because I know that they were one of the teams that
they would have liked to have brought him back, I would imagine.
Right. But I would also theorize that they probably also say they probably think we can find linebackers, because we talked about this when Anthony Harris signed with the Eagles. And the Vikings are very good at finding safeties and linebackers. They find them every year in the draft. So maybe to them, they looked at Harris and Wilson and said, we can find another one of those guys.
All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. There has been a flurry of stuff that happened. Nate Sudfeld, he signed with the 49ers, so he's gone. The Eagles have brought in Eric Wilson, and Jordan Howard is back. Go to our website for more details on Eric Wilson and Jordan Howard. Coming up, Sound of the Day. Don't go away. It's been a busy one. By the way, Sound of the Day, how about what Jalen Reagor had to say about Jalen Hurts? All right, here we go. It's the 5 sounds of the day as the guest on the show. Good show today. Cam Rogers, Jason Fitz, Paul Hudrick, Andrew DeCecco, Kevin Durso, and Jeff Kerr, who just joined us. I like Jeff Kerr. We're going to have to do more with him. Jeff Kerr just joined us as the Eagles signed linebacker Eric Wilson and said this.
Eric Wilson, to me, he's going to be the starting Mike for this team. And, having him and Alex Singleton, compared to what they tend to do, I keep thinking Jim Schwartz, even though he's not here anymore, but if they continue the trend of 2 linebackers on the field, Eric Wilson and Alex Singleton, that's a pretty solid linebacking core, especially since Wilson is a veteran in John McGann's team.
Do the Eagles all of a sudden have good linebackers?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I think that Wilson definitely adds an element to the team that was completely missing last year, which is versatility. You need a guy whose name is not Alex Singleton who can do more than one thing. The problem was last year, TJ Edwards, he was only a downhill linebacker. Nate Gary was a waste of roster space. Davion Taylor is a project. Sean Bradley was only good on goal line situations.
Here's another thing. Wilson's a guy. He mentioned Kerr mentioned Parsons. If they brought Parsons in, that puts Singleton, I would imagine, to the bench, and now you have some depth there. You have a nice little core.
Well, maybe not, because Singleton was very good in those nickel and dime packages last year. So maybe he's a guy that they look at in that kind of. If you go back to watch how the Vikings used Eric Hendricks or how the Colts used Darius Leonard, not saying Singleton is those guys at all, but that role of a guy who does multiple things in a defense.
That was good stuff from Jeff Kerr. So it was great to have him right on as we had the breaking news there. So, all right. So I got to bring this up. This was from Jalen Reagor, right? He was on the Bleacher Report Gridiron podcast with Adam Lefkoe, right?
Yeah, it's called the Lefkoe Show. You've probably seen him before on TNT on the Inside the NBA Tuesday night broadcast.
So Jalen Reagor was asked about Jalen Hurts
correct
in this podcast, right? So, all right, we're going to try to play the sound. I'm going to see if I can time this out right to where Jalen Reagor talks about Jalen Hurts and what kind of quarterback he thinks he is.
Man, all I tell people, he's a winner. Like, he know how to win. And he's a very versatile quarterback. He's smart. And like you said, just the aura of him, like he comes in the huddle, demands the huddle, and he didn't let him being a rookie, like dictate how he play or how his swagger. He keeps the same swagger. Me and him maybe 2 days ago. We talked for like a whole hour just about like what we're going to do, what we're trying to go into this season, this off season, and how we're trying to hit the ground running. Like, we kind of got the same mindset. And that's why we really see eye to eye. Even when Carson, like before the whole everything, like he's been the same. He come to practice, he come to work. Even when he was on scout team, like he out there making the defense, work. And he'll come holler at us and be like, hey, let's do something after practice. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's watch film then. Let's do he's been the same person. And that's why when his name was called, like he was ready.
All right. That was very interesting. All I'm hearing with that is I connect with this guy. I didn't connect with the other guy. That's what I take from that. I connect with this guy. I didn't connect with the other guy.
I'm also hearing that this guy has the intangibles that we've heard other people talk about, whether it was Emery Hunt on Game Night, Greg Cosell on the Inside the Birds podcast, whether it is all the experts out there. I got Eric Edholm joining me this Saturday on Sports Bash Saturday. I've heard everyone who covers the league say Jalen Hurts has these intangibles, these leadership qualities that can't be measured. And you know what? If he's that great of a leader, he's that hard of a worker, and guys connect with him, then daggone it, he should be the starting quarterback.
To me, that's it. These players connected with Hurts. They did not connect with Wentz.
Don't forget, you know who else connected with him? Jalen Mills. He ain't even on the team anymore. And he spoke about Jalen Hurts, how he was a leader, how he was a winner. Like, that's a defensive guy talking about him.
Well, look, and Jalen Reagor was probably frustrated too, saying, everybody thinks I'm a bust. Right?
Also, how many times do you have practice they were calling one guy, not the other?
Jalen Hurts, Jalen Reagor, get over here. Hey, look, those two guys could be tied at the hip for the next 10 years, and that could be a good thing.
It could be a very good thing.
Jason Fitz, who will be on tonight at 7 o'clock for Spain and Fitz. How about the Nets in the playoffs?
I think Brooklyn's going to implode, and I don't know why we don't acknowledge this more. It's fun during the regular season to watch Harden do what Harden does, but in a 7-game series, when things start to go a little hairy against competition, who's getting the ball? Is it going to be Durant or is it going to be Harden? And when they go through that process, how are they going to feel about it? Like, how's the other guy going to feel about being the other guy for the first time in his career?
That's an interesting point. My question is, it's connected to that. Who's going to be the guy with the ball in their hand? They haven't played enough games to find that out for themselves.
8 games. They talked about on SportsCenter, Mike. They played 8 games together. How are you supposed to be a championship team if you're not on the court together developing chemistry?
I'd hate to see that team get thrown together like this and then them run through the playoffs. I think that would be a horrible situation for the NBA.
I don't think it'll happen. I think that this team is going to run into a roadblock. I was saying this on Twitter last. People are arguing with me. I don't understand why people assume the Nets are going to be this juggernaut when they can't even get on the court together.
Well, they're in first place in the East, and they had none of those guys play together but 8 games. That's why I think. And it's like, if you're in first place without the 3 of them, what are you going to do when you get the 3 of them together?
Yeah, but we also have seen a lot of teams do well in the regular season, not the postseason.
True, but I mean, you're talking about, like, I don't know, how many games have 2 of them played together?
I think it's like 20, they said. 20 because
and it's not been Durant. Durant's been out most of the year.
Well, Durant and Kyrie played early in the year for a few games, and then Kyrie and Harden played for a few games together. Now, remember, Durant and Harden almost have the same exact problem, a hamstring problem. Those hamstrings can linger.
No doubt. He'll be out at least 10 games.
At least, they say.
All right. Good stuff coming up. It's a Weinberg Wednesday. Dave Weinberg is in the house. By the way, have you listened to Weinberg's podcast yet? Tequilas and Touchdowns?
It's a good time.
It's a definite must listen. You got to plug that podcast for them.
I plug it every week.
People have to listen to that podcast. It's fantastic. It's great. I mean, him singing Johnny Cash made my week. I hear the train a-coming. It's rolling around the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Dave Weinberg sings it better than me on his podcast.
You did a lot better with that song than the Matt Blatt song earlier.
I think so. All right, I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. Josh has game night up next. This has been the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I got a Sports Bash cash code word right now. Desk, D-E-S-K, desk. Enter it now on our website, 973ESPN.com, or use the free mobile app. Sports Bash Cash is brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union for all your lending needs. Get the next Sports Bash Cash code word at 655. Hey, coming up on Thursday. Show, we'll take a look back at the Phillies and the Mets. Plus, Eagles right tackle Lane Johnson joins me at 5 o'clock. We'll go inside the Sixers, plus football at 4. Takes a closer look at the NFL draft. And Keith Smith stops by. Plus, Sports Bash Cash up to $10,000 at 55 after each hour.